Vortex currently sits as the best player in our rating system. He seems to be shifting the dynamic here. It's a huge contrast to their overall history, where Catalyst typically controls the pace of these matchups. Vortex holds a slim lead, taking a 2-1 advantage. Their previous encounter on this map went the same way. Vortex is simply too fast for him right now, clearing out that container without any trouble. He's showing a lot of confidence after their clash yesterday. Vortex is really putting the pressure on at 3-2. A crucial response from Catalyst, who normally owned this head-to-head. Vortex is just dominant, pulling ahead to a 4-2 lead. It's becoming a real struggle for him today. Catalyst takes advantage of the height there, cleaning him up from the ramp. He's trying to reverse a tough run of form after those losses yesterday. That was a fierce battle for control of the ramp, but Vortex manages to come out on top. It's a tough day for him after those two narrow losses yesterday. Catalyst secures the win from the container, and now we've got a real dogfight on our hands. It's rare to see the higher seeds struggle this much. Vortex has been incredibly consistent, managing a positive record over the last 24 hours. The momentum from his recent matches is clearly playing a role. It puts Catalyst in a tough spot, as he needs to find some stability to avoid a complete landslide. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the pre-match script. He is playing with a lot of confidence and looks far more comfortable on this map than the stats suggest. Time for a total reset. Vortex is nearly out of reach at 9-4. It's a familiar story from their meeting on Blame Dunes earlier today. Vortex is just cruising now, leading 10-4. He's certainly making a statement today. Crushing blow. He barely takes any damage to push his lead to 11-4. The 4th ranked player in the league is getting outclassed today. Catalyst finally answers back, cutting that lead down to 6 rounds. Still a huge mountain to climb for the number 4 seed. Another clean exchange, and now he's just a single round away from victory. He really seems to have his number throughout this set. Unbelievable. Vortex manages to survive that exchange and closes out the entire set. He's just in a completely different gear today, putting the nail in the coffin for the number 4 seed. Vortex has an incredible record against Ignis, leading their head-to-head rivalry, 79-24. You know, that historical edge combined with his current win streak makes him look completely in control. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to break that cycle today. Vortex is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is showing why he's top of the ladder. The speed of these rounds is getting scary. Vortex is just blinking and winning. Vortex is just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. That current momentum mirrors his recent dominance against Catalyst. He simply outpicked him from the wine, keeping his momentum going. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. He's absolutely ruthless, claiming another effortless victory to keep the surge going. Finally, a response from Ignis, who just deleted his opponent to get back into this. Vortex has been in stellar form with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. That level of consistency makes it very hard for Ignis to build any real heat in this series. It'll take a perfect run of rounds for Ignis to claw back into this. Vortex is dominating, sitting comfortably at 8-3. A very high peak for the number 1 seed today. Vortex holds a solid 8-4 lead coming into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the rankings suggested. He looks sharp and is putting a lot of pressure on Ignis right now. Fresh starts for both of them. Ignis pulls one back, narrowing the gap to 5-8. He's fighting a tough uphill battle as the underdog here. Vortex is nearly home, moving ahead 9-5. The favorite is quickly reclaiming his side of this server. Ignis just can't find an answer right now. He's completely outclassed in these exchanges. He's really riding high after those dominant games against Catalyst. He puts an immediate stop to that rally and keeps the momentum firmly on his side. Another effortless exchange for him, and now we've reached match point. He is simply refusing to let up now. Ignis reacts quickly to knock him off the wine with a sharp shot. Timely stop to prevent the series from ending right here. He's staying sharp, picking up a second straight win to keep this fight alive. The gap in their seedings is starting to look less imposing. Unbelievable precision. Vortex closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Honestly, that's a bit of a nightmare for Ignis, as it just adds to a really tough string of losses lately. Catalyst holds a commanding 40-14 lead in their head-to-head history. He's comfortably the favorite based on how these two usually match up. It will be interesting to see if that dominance translates into this set. Ignis has fought back to make it a deadlock. He's definitely got the higher rating on the ladder. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving on a thread to take the lead. Catalyst controls the flow from the Tetris, securing his third straight point. He's shaking off those 3 recent losses in a big way. Ignis gets the better of him, picking the shot right off the box. Neither man is budging, it's all square at 3 apiece. He's definitely proving he can hang with a top seed. Catalyst pulls ahead again, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. The 4 seed is quickly regaining his footing here. Catalyst has a 68% win rate on this map. I mean, he's really leaning into that historical advantage right now. It'll be a tough mountain to climb for Ignis if he can't find some answers soon. Tied up at 5, we're back to a stalemate. Ignis is showing some real grit today despite that ranking gap. Catalyst manages to secure the advantage by picking him off from the ramp. We're headed into the break with everything locked at 6-6. Well, Ignis is definitely keeping this closer than the rating gap suggests, but Catalyst still looks like he's in the driver's seat. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst regains his edge and moves into a 7-6 lead. Both these players are definitely feeling the pressure after those tough losses to Vortex. Ignis strikes back, evening things up at 7 apiece. The underranked player is refusing to buckle under the heat. The momentum is shifting back and forth every single round. Neither of these two can keep a lead for long. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, using that height on the ramp to pull further away. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over the pace of this game. The top 4 seed is really flexing that skill gap right now. What a nail biter. He nearly fell there, but manages to secure his 4th straight point from the ramp. Both of these players are coming off some rough losses to Vortex. Wow, he just barely claws back into this one, surviving an absolute war of attrition. The higher seed cannot afford to let this slip. What a fierce encounter. but he manages to secure another round and keep the momentum swinging. That was simply an incredible read, putting him just one step away from victory. What a way to finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot from the range. He finally snaps that losing skid with a clean victory, proving he's still the king of the hill against the lower seeds. Catalyst has won 63% of their lifetime meetings, so he's certainly used to having the upper hand here. The dynamic has shifted lately though, and Vortex is currently on a 4-game winning streak. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum holds. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is the top seed here, but he's struggling today. Things are deadlocked right now. Both players are fighting for every single round, making it a total toss-up. Vortex has clawed back to lead 3-2. The top seed is really putting on a clinic right now. And we are all square with Catalyst and Vortex tied up at 3 apiece. It's a tough spot for the best player in the league right now. Vortex is proving that the world #1 ranking is no fluke, keeping the pressure high in this set. Vortex is boasting a 70% win rate in his most recent 10 matches, and honestly, it's showing in how effortlessly he's taking over this set. He's simply outclassing the field right now, making a real statement as the top seed. Unbelievable, he claws out a victory there, narrowly surviving a chaotic exchange to extend his lead. He's practically dancing through these exchanges right now. He manages to trade back around here, keeping the game reachable as we head toward the break. A solid look for the #4 seed right now. We go into the break with Vortex ahead 8-4. Catalyst is usually the one carrying the momentum in this rivalry, but he's looking completely lost right now. Vortex is simply too sharp. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Catalyst finally finds some footing, cutting it to 5-8. That was a quick reaction to keep the pressure up. He's showing some real grit here, putting together a second straight round to keep this chase alive. A huge mental test for the favorite to stay composed here. Vortex is really tightening the screws here, picking him right off that ramp. Just another strong showing for a guy sitting at the top of the ladder. He's refusing to go away quietly, digging deep to keep the deficit manageable. Vortex is just cruising now, leading 10-7. The top seed is really maintaining his composure in this half. That's a lightning fast exchange. Vortex is just absolutely cutting through these rounds right now. Vortex survives a fierce trade to put himself in a position to close this out. Absolutely crushing the opposition right now. And that's it. He seals the deal with a perfect final strike to take the win. He really put a stop to that long-standing dominance Catalyst usually has in this rivalry. unreal. He just barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening round. Vortex is comfortably the best player in our rating, but he's looking completely lost in these first 2 rounds. And honestly, it's a strange sight given how comfortably he's been winning his other matches today. I wonder if this cold start is just a momentary lapse, or if Ignis has actually found a way to crack the #1 seed. What a scramble! That was a complete brawl, and he manages to come out on top despite the damage. He holds the height on the ramp to secure a quick response. The favorite is finally starting to push back. A complete turnaround from the 13-7 result their last match. Vortex clawed 1 back, but Ignis still holds a 5-2 grip. He has a massive track record of success in this specific rivalry. Ignis is showing a surprising amount of resilience, having survived 3 different close encounters already this match. That's a massive shift in confidence for a player who had been sliding on the ladder recently. We have to see if that grit can carry him to a full victory. Absolute chaos. He survives by a whisker to extend his lead to 8-2. A total reversal from his typical dominance over this opponent. A clash of heights on the ramp ends with him stamping his authority even further. Vortex has looked flawless in his other appearances today. Ignis takes a shocking 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, everything about this opening half defies the history between these two. Vortex is usually the king of this matchup, but he's just not finding any answers right now. Time for the reset. Vortex finds a spark, but Ignis stays firmly ahead 9-4. He is certainly trying to get back to his usual form. Ignis is putting on a clinic now, leading 10-4. His recent struggles really stand in contrast to how well he's playing here. Vortex is starting to tighten things up, making it much harder for Ignis to close the door on this one. A clean, aligned fight that went completely his way. Vortex is finally mounting a charge here, showing us a glimpse of that top-seeded power. Vortex looks far more comfortable now after starting so slow. He claims another one from the ramp, maintaining an impressive run of form. He's looking much more like the top seed we expect. A swift response to shut down that momentum and push the lead to 11. Just a few hours ago, he was struggling to find any footing. Vortex secures his position on the ramp to keep this series very much alive. He's definitely fighting to close out that huge historical gap. He's simply refusing to let this match slip away, securing another straightforward win. He's putting the pressure back on a player who's otherwise played flawlessly. He picks him off the ramp, continuing a fierce push to close the gap. The momentum is swinging completely back toward the higher seat. Tight duel where he manages to come out on top and seize the critical advantage. A quick reaction here to break the press. Another sharp response from him, keeping the dream alive for now. Ignis is really fighting the tide against a much higher ranked opponent. He barely survives that brutal exchange to force this game into overtime. An absolute nail-biter of a series. The tension is peaking as we head into these final frames. Ignis is really making a statement here, defying everything we know about this rivalry. Considering his recent 0-2 run, this is an incredible spot to be in. Vortex secures his footing on the ramp and levels the series at 13-13. A complete reset as we move into the final showdown. He's absolutely on fire right now, extending his lead to 14-13 in this heart-pounding overtime. He holds his ground on the ramp to keep the pressure high. A flawless recovery to bring everything back to square one. He's found the equalizer to keep things perfectly balanced. Vortex asserts himself from the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. He's completely regained his composure for his final push. Ignis secures the kill from the ramp, bringing us back to a dead heat. Neither side is giving an inch as we reach this deadlock. Vortex takes the lead, edging ahead 16-15. Vortex has a narrow 2-point edge now. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog in this final stretch. Vortex is just one step ahead at 17-16. The number 1 seed is really being pushed to his limit. Vortex is really pulling away now at 18-16. The skill gap is clearly showing in these late stages. Vortex is just a hair ahead at 18-17. A huge response right when the pressure was at its peak. Vortex holds a slim 2-round cushion at 19-17. He almost let it slip away, but those raw nerves finally settled in those final rounds. To see the top seed push this far was honestly impressive. He had to work for that. Catalyst is leading the all-time head-to-head series 41-14, showing a clear history of dominance in this specific pairing. And seeing him take the early lead makes a lot of sense given his superior standing on the ladder. It will be tough for Ignis to shake this momentum. He's absolutely untouchable right now, claiming a third straight victory. The skill gap is on full display here. A sharp response from Ignis to keep his hopes alive and break that early run. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Catalyst secures the advantage again, playing the ramp perfectly to put himself in a strong spot early on. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. It's a tough spot for Ignis, who has struggled in his last few matches today. He almost let this one slip, but barely manages to claw his way out of that trade. It's been a tough afternoon for Ignis, who's yet to find a win today. A complete shutdown of his opponent, extending the streak to 4. The gap in ladder standing is really showing here. Ignis manages to snap the streak and secure another round. Ignis is actually showing a higher success rate on this particular map. And his sudden surge in the last 2 rounds proves that the rating gap doesn't always dictate the outcome. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this energy going. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. And honestly, everything about this opening half goes exactly as the rankings suggested. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. Time for a total reset. Catalyst is nearly out of reach at 9-4. Coming off a really tough 0-2 run earlier today. Ignis had no trouble dealing with that ramp position, keeping this set very competitive. He's really trying to fight through the rating gap today. Catalyst is looking monstrous at 10-5. Ignis really needs to find some answers soon. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is just reacting instantly right now. He handles the fight from the boxes to move within a single point of victory. He's simply outclassing the competition today. That's it. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to take home the win. That was just an effortless display from the top seed. He really had his number all day long. Vortex came out firing right away, shutting down Catalyst before he could even get his bearings on the ramp. Catalyst owns a commanding lead in their all-time head-to-head series with over 600 wins. It's really an interesting contrast because Vortex has generally had the upper hand in their most recent encounters. This early deadlock is exactly why this matchup is so unpredictable. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early here, quickly turning this into a 2-round lead. The league's top seed is already looking vulnerable. Things are deadlocked at 2 apiece for both players. The number 1 rated player in the league is making his presence felt. Vortex is really rolling now, quickly picking Catalyst off the window to extend that lead. We've got a complete stalemate with Catalyst and Vortex tied at 3. Vortex is really enjoying the view from the wine box, getting a nice lead on the board here. He's showing why he's sitting atop the ladder right now. Vortex is just too sharp right now, using that ramp to build a real cushion. His recent matches show he's basically unstoppable right now. He holds the high ground on the ramp to secure a 3rd straight victory. The number 1 rated player is really putting on a clinic. A perfectly timed shot from the toolbox keeps the momentum firmly on his side. His overall win rate is sitting right at 50%. He responds with a swift counter, keeping things competitive as we head toward the switch. Vortex is taking a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is completely defying the expectations here. That 4-round streak really shook the confidence out of Catalyst. Time to see if Catalyst adjusts. Vortex is just too fast today, quickly shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold the window. Vortex is mirroring the dominance he showed in their last head-to-head. Vortex is simply too quick from that ramp, and now he's just a few rounds away from closing this out. Catalyst manages to outplay him from the ramp, putting a small dent in that massive lead. Vortex is really starting to pull away now, just a few more rounds to secure the victory. Vortex is absolutely crushing this, claiming a clean kill from the ramp to put himself on match point. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the series. He's completely shifted the dynamic of this rivalry, taking the 2nd straight match today against a real heavyweight. Vortex has won a massive 77% of their career encounters. So you have to wonder if Ignis is just having a momentary lapse in focus or if we're seeing a genuine shift in momentum. It will be interesting to see if the favorites can shake off this slow start. Ignis is really heating up now, leading 2-1. This is a complete turnaround from his struggles earlier today. Ignis is really putting on a show here, putting the pressure on the world number 1. Vortex answers back immediately, knocking Ignis right off that box to keep things tight. Everything is back to a dead heat at 3 apiece. Vortex is clearly comfortable in this matchup. What a scramble! He barely clings to life after dragging Ignis off the box to take a 3-round lead. The top seed is showing exactly why he's the favorite here. A clean piece of play to bring this all the way back to a draw. It's a surprising sight considering the ladder gap between them. Ignis edges ahead again, holding a narrow 5-4 lead. That's a complete reversal from the struggle he showed against Catalyst. Vortex claws back to make it 5-5. He's in an incredible run of form lately. Vortex is starting to put some distance between them as we head toward the midpoint. The gap in their ladder rankings is becoming a huge factor. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's comfortably managing the pace and proving why he holds the top seed right now. Let's see if the roles flip now. Vortex is an absolute machine today, coming off a dominant 26-16 run in the last day. So yeah, he's just in a different league right now. He's taking full control of the server, and it looks like Ignis has no answers for this level of aggression. Vortex is really pulling away with a 9-6 cushion. That is a brutal contrast to the form he's shown lately. Vortex is simply too fast right now. Those reactions are lightning quick. Vortex has just been an absolute wall in their recent outings. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He is fighting a massive uphill battle today. Another flawless shot for Ignis, proving he's not backing down despite the deficit. The gap is widening again, and Ignis is really starting to look like the underdog in this set. The number 1 seed is firmly in control here. A quick stop for the favorite, and now he is just 1 point away from victory. The skill gap is just too wide to bridge. He manages to secure this exchange and keep the map alive for now. He is really fighting for survival in this one. And that is it. Vortex shuts the door on this match with a quick finishing blow. Ignis really fought hard and showed some flashes, but he's just not finding any luck against the top seed today. Catalyst has historically dominated this rivalry with a huge 75% win rate. It's very clear he's continuing that trend today after an easy start. We'll see if Ignis can find some answers to bridge that gap. Ignis really stepped up there and picked Catalyst right off the Tetris block. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 3-1. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle here, given his cold start today. Ignis narrows the gap, trailing Catalyst 3-2 now. He's definitely shaken off that cold streak from earlier today. Catalyst is just outclassing him in these raw flick battles right now. The gap on the ladder is really starting to show here. A real toss-up for the lead now, and both players were fighting for that same high ground on the ramp. He's really trying to shake off a tough stretch today. We are all square now at 4-all. That's a huge shift from the results we saw in their last meeting. Catalyst reclaims a slender edge, leading 5-4. He's showing why he holds the number 4 spot on the ladder. Ignis has really struggled in the short term, going 0-5 over the last day. Well, it's making this current deficit feel even more oppressive for him. He'll need to break this cycle immediately to keep his hopes alive. Catalyst secures the win from the ramp to put up a commanding 3-round streak. His recent 13-5 victory over Ignis is mirroring the current flow perfectly. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly according to the script here. We knew the top 4 seed had a huge advantage on this map, and it's showing. Ignis reacts fast to bring that total back to 8-5, knocking Catalyst right off the Tetris block. He's definitely digging deep to fight for a tough day overall. He's just too efficient when he has that height advantage on the ramp. The skill gap between these two is on full display. Catalyst is just cruising now with a 10-5 lead. A heavy contrast to the number 23 seed's recent struggles on the ladder. Unbelievable. He barely manages to survive that exchange, walking away with practically nothing left in the tank. A huge heart-stopping moment there for the underdog. Ignis claws one back, though he's still down 10-7. A very different vibe from that blowout on Mapas earlier. He's just not letting up now. That's 3 straight for Ignis as he puts some serious pressure on the leader. Another one for the challenger. He's now taking complete control of this match. The pressure is really shifting toward the higher seed now. Catalyst holds the momentum by picking his opponent off the Tetris. That's a tough spot for the challenger after such a dominant push. He shuts the door on the comeback, securing the win from the ramp. The favorite is simply too composed under pressure. What a finish! Catalyst barely survives that exchange to close out the series. He really fought for his life in those final rounds, but the experience gap just won out here. What a match! Vortex is coming in with a heavy streak, having won 90% of his last 10 matches. That momentum is definitely showing as he carries a strong positive record through today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure against a player who historically dominates this matchup. An absolute shutdown here. He's just totally overpowering his opponent right now. Catalyst manages to pluck him right off the wine, showing a lot of grit to keep this close. Steady response from the underdog. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair after an intense exchange to keep his lead. He's keeping the fight alive, securing another one to narrow the gap. Little more stability for the underdog right now. Vortex is currently sitting at the top of our rating system as the best player in the league. It's clear he's using that confidence to shake off the historical disadvantage he usually faces against Catalyst. He needs a few more clean rounds to really put this in his control. He's fully back in charge now, taking a commanding 5-round lead. It's almost a repeat of their last meeting on fast aim. A sharp snap from Catalyst to grab this one and slow things down. Vortex is looming large with an 8-3 lead, coming off a solid 26 wins over the last day. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the pre-match hype leaned toward Catalyst, but the underdog is absolutely running this show right now. He's in a great position to pull off a major upset. Time for the reset. Catalyst is clinging on, trailing 5-8. A pair of very quick rounds for the veteran. Another rapid fire exchange to bring the score a bit closer. He's refusing to back down, continuing this surge to get within 2. He is really starting to claw his way back into this one. Vortex holds a 3-round cushion as we hit 15. Smash that together to regain the upper hand. Vortex is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. Catalyst is definitely refusing to go quietly, fighting for every single frame here. He's barely breaking a sweat here, extending the run as he continues this impressive climb. What a display of precision, cutting right through the defense to keep this rally alive. Vortex puts a sudden stop to that momentum, taking the round with an effortless shot. Vortex puts his opponent down instantly, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Just not playing like the underdog at all. He manages to win the exchange, keeping his hopes alive as the tension reaches a peak. He is truly digging in his heels here, keeping the pressure high and denying Vortex the map. He holds that line from the wine and pushes this whole thing into overtime. An incredible reversal of fortune for the top seed. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, claiming his 4th straight to take the lead in this overtime. He's simply not letting this slip away. Vortex shuts that door, completely picking him right off the wine to even the score. A massive mental shift compared to their last trip to fast aim. What a grab by Catalyst, cleaning up the round from the Tetris to take a narrow lead. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch. We are completely deadlocked in a total war of attrition. That was a lightning fast reaction to get back even. A total lockdown. He puts himself in a commanding spot to end this match right now. Everything about this looks like his typical performance. What a huge play. He takes full control and puts himself just a single round away from the victory. He just completely shut down the momentum shift. Catalyst is now just a single notch above Vortex. Catalyst holds a thin 2-round advantage at 17-15. The momentum has completely flipped since the start of this set. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. The lead is starting to look quite comfortable now. Vortex hangs in there, trailing by just 2 now. That's exactly the answer he needed right now. He's definitely showing a lot of resilience in this overtime. Catalyst is flying high now with a 3-round cushion. He just barely edged out the top seed in a total grind of a map. That's a huge mental win for him to take over in overtime. What a fight. Vortex is absolutely dominant in this head-to-head rivalry, winning about 77% of their past meetings. It's definitely a surprise to see him trailing at the start, given how he's controlled this particular matchup historically. We'll see if the momentum shifts back to the favorite quickly. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws through the noise to take a commanding 3-0 lead. Unbelievable start for a guy coming off 6 straight losses today. He's simply not letting up, moving his way to a total shutout so far. Vortex looked so strong in their last meeting on the dunes. Vortex finally answers back to put a dent in the early lead. He's currently sitting at the top of our rating ladder. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high with another quick win. The gap in their overall skill looks much smaller right now. Ignis is really fighting through a rough patch, coming in with 0 wins in his last 10 outings. It's impressive that he's found a way to keep the upper hand here. He's proving that his recent slump hasn't completely stripped him of his confidence. Showing a lot of grit here, shutting down that attempt to pull away. A very clean finish to get the score right back to a 1-round gap. Total lockdown from the challenger. He wipes out that early deficit to bring us level. That was an incredibly fast kill to snap the momentum. That is 4 on the trot for him as he continues this incredible surge. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as expected. He is safely in the driver's seat, though Ignis is certainly putting up a fight. Let's see who blinks first now. He looks sharp coming out of the break, picking up another round with ease. The expected results are starting to stack up for the favorite. He walks away from this engagement completely untouched, firmly reclaiming control of the series. The momentum is swinging hard now as he extends the lead to 10. The sheer consistency on display here is exactly why he entered as the heavy favorite. What a fight! He barely walks away from that absolute war of attrition. Barely survived that one by the skin of his teeth. Vortex now holds a healthy 3-round cushion. A surprising turn of events given he's the top seed on the ladder. Simply unbelievable. He has completely flipped the script on this series. The momentum shift is finally fully in effect. He's staying sharp and keeping his foot on the gas to maintain that cushion. The top-seeded pro is finally finding his footing here. A flawless finish gives Vortex a massive advantage, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. An incredibly quick way to seal the deal. What a finish! He closes out the series with that last shot to take the victory. He's just too strong for Ignis right now. This wraps up another win in an already brutal run for the underdog. Ignis comes out firing right from the start, putting Catalyst on his heels immediately. Catalyst has historically looked very comfortable here, leading their head-to-head rivalry 43-14. It's a massive gap for anyone to breach, but the momentum has clearly shifted in this specific series. We'll see if that early lead is enough for Ignis to keep the upset going. Ignis secures another win from the ramp, completely taking control of the map. The number 4 seed is really struggling to find any answers. Catalyst manages to find a clean shot and picks him off the ramp. He's certainly looking like the stronger player on the ladder right now. Ignis is just dominating this, sitting comfortably at 5-1. Ignis is absolutely cruising with a huge 6-1 lead. Ignis has been struggling lately with a 0-7 record over the last day. You can tell he's fighting against a lot of frustration right now. It'll be interesting to see if that weight starts to pull him down as the pressure builds. Ignis is still pulling away with a 7-3 cushion. The higher rated side is finally showing some fight. Unbelievable. He barely survives that fight, clawing back the round with just 8 health left. He's certainly putting his superior ranking on display. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing out of his mind to keep this close. Catalyst is clearly the top tier player here, but he cannot seem to put the underdog away. Fresh start for both of them. Ignis maintains a healthy 3-round advantage at 8-5. He's really fighting through that loss to Vortex from earlier today. He's refusing to go away, chipping away at that deficit with another strong push. He's finally starting to put that skill gap into perspective. Ignis is just taking over from the ramp, pushing this lead even further. He's fighting through some seriously tough recent form to stay in this. He's keeping the pressure on, narrowing the gap as he continues to claw back into this set. Ignis is just too quick, finding the mark on Catalyst as he tried to play the ramp. It's a completely different story than their last outing. He's really putting a stranglehold on this series, barely giving Catalyst any room to breathe. The heavy favorite is looking completely lost here. Catalyst holds that ramp position well to stop the bleeding and keep his hopes alive. He's certainly proving his status as one of the top 4 in the league. Another strong exchange here, and Catalyst is truly digging deep to close the gap. The momentum is tipping just as the bracket predicted. He is on fire. That is 3 straight for the favorite, and the gap is almost closed. Total deadlock. He earns his 4th straight to tie this game up at 11-11. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog now. And just like that, Ignis regains the lead with a pinpoint shot from the ramp. A huge swing in control as we head toward the finish. He forces the tie. We are headed for overtime after an incredible fight back. Exchanges are getting faster and faster. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. Pure chaos to see the ranked 24 player in this position. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, putting a significant cushion between himself and the favorite. He's shuts him down from the ramp, continuing this gritty surge back into the match. A huge shift in energy for the higher ranked player. He wins the trade, putting him just one step away from victory. Ignis is just completely ignoring the script for this series. What a fight. He practically bleeds out in that exchange, but just barely manages to scrap his way through. That was way too close for comfort. Unbelievable. He cleans up with a final shot from the ramp to secure the victory. He just completely broke the cycle of losses with that one. An absolutely staggering result for the underdog to pull off. What a fight. Vortex is currently our #1 rated player, and that confidence is showing early on. He's managed to shake off a rough patch in their head to head history, and honestly, he looks poised to keep the pressure on throughout this series. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead heading into round 4. Catalyst typically owns this matchup, and it's starting to look that way. Everything is back to a dead heat now, and both of these players are proving a nightmare to read. Coming off a stronger 24-hour stretch with a 27-15 record. Catalyst just nudged ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. A tough spot for the world's #1 to be in. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, extending the gap to 4-2. The momentum has completely shifted against the top seed. He's simply on another level right now, picking up his 3rd straight. A complete reversal of the expected dynamic here. Vortex keeps his composure, closing that gap to just 2 rounds. He needed a clean response after the start we just saw. Comeback continues as he digs in deeper to close this gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog here. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit, and now the series is tied. Vortex is on fire, securing another lightning fast kill to keep the pressure mounting. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is genuinely threatening a huge upset here. He's playing a perfect game right now, and Catalyst just can't find an answer. Let's see if Catalyst can respond. Catalyst finally strikes back to make it 7-6. He's definitely a dangerous opponent in these high-pressure sets. And we are back to a stalemate at 7-all. A perfect timing for this surge before we enter the final stretch. What a slugfest. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to survive the chaos. He's showing real grit here, shutting down that brief resurgence to take a 2-round lead. The momentum is firmly with the favorite right now. Vortex holds a narrow 9-8 edge. A quick mental reset for the number 4 ranked star here. Catalyst answers back, leaving us completely deadlocked at 9 apiece. A gritty scramble that barely went his way, but he refuses to let that lead slip. His current form is exactly why the oddsmakers gave him the edge. Another clean shot for Vortex, who is quickly asserting himself again. His overall stability is proving way too much today. The gap is gone, and we've got a nail-biter on our hands as we head into the final rounds. Absolutely wild. He barely clings to life after that brutal trade, but it's enough to tie the game up. This is a total brawl between the top 2 rated players. Both players were shredded in that long exchange, but he survives to secure a huge advantage. He's showing exactly why the high expectations were there going into today. What a heart-stopping sequence. He manages to pull through that heavy exchange to force a deadlock. Hard to believe we're seeing this much parity tonight. What an absolute war, but he manages to survive the carnage to take the lead. That was a sharp sequence to secure the advantage. Neither player is letting an inch of ground now, and the tension is simply through the roof. Neither of these elites is giving an inch today. Vortex is simply refusing to fade, putting his opponent down instantly to extend the lead. We have a complete deadlock. It's an absolute toss-up now to see who can break through first. Expectations were leaning toward a close fight, and this is exactly that. Cleans up the exchange perfectly to put himself one step closer to victory. Squeezing every bit of advantage out of these final moments. And he closes the door. Catalyst wipes the floor with his opponent to secure the series. Vortex played out of his mind for most of the set, but he just couldn't close that final gap. An unbelievable series of fights. He really put up a fight. Vortex has won 78% of their head-to-head matches. He's a total nightmare for Ignis to deal with. He's definitely arriving into this one with the confidence of a dominant record. Incredible, both players were nearly gone, but Vortex barely scrapes through that chaos. He's proving exactly why he's at the top of the ladder. Simply effortless, that's a commanding start for the leader. The number 1 seed is putting on a clinic right now. He digs in and manages to claw one back from the Tetris. He's showing just enough grit to keep this competitive. Ignis is really struggling to close the gap at 1-4. The top seed is definitely making his presence felt early on. What a scramble, he barely survives that firefight, securing an arrow win to bring the score to 5-1. Another lightning fast response from Vortex, who looks completely unstoppable right now. A fierce exchange there, but he keeps the streak alive to reach 7-1. The skill gap is just too wide to bridge right now. Absolute precision here as he extends that run to 5 straight. He's truly living up to the top ranking today. A sudden shift in momentum as Ignis manages to snag another round. Ignis has struggled heavily over the last day, going 1-7 in his recent appearances. It's a worrying trend that seems to be bleeding into this specific series. He really needs to find a way to disrupt the rhythm here if he wants to force a close game. We go into the break with Vortex holding a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. The world number 1 is simply in a different class right now. Ignis just grabbed one, bringing us to 4-9. It is a surprise to see the top-rated player on the defensive. Ignis finds another opening now, trailing at 5-9. He's clearly not letting that previous loss in their last meeting get to him. Unreal. He manages to stay alive after an absolute scrap to secure a 3rd straight win. A surprising turn of events for the highest rated player on the ladder. A sharp reaction from the top seed to stop that run. His recent form over the last 10 matches has been remarkably consistent. Vortex is just too fast for him. He's really tightening his grip on this match now. What a desperate fight, but he claws through the damage to put himself 1 round away from victory. That's a huge shift in pressure for the challenge. Game over. Vortex secures the final blow to shut it down. He just continues to be an absolute wall for Ignis. That's another win for the world number 1 to keep his momentum rolling. Ignis gets the jump on Catalyst right there on the ramp to start things off. Catalyst looks sharp, using that height on the ramp to flatten things out quickly. Things look much tighter than the ranking suggests. Ignis manages to outplay him despite Catalyst having the height advantage there. Surprising to see him control the early map like this. Catalyst holds a massive advantage in their history, winning 74% of their head-to-head clashes. But he's clearly struggling to find an answer for Ignis right now. I wonder if the early lead is starting to get into his head. Ignis is just not letting up, quickly punishing Catalyst while he was holding that ramp. Both these guys are fighting for every single point. It's almost a complete deadlock. He's definitely fighting to maintain that top 5 spot on the ladder. We're completely deadlocked at 4 apiece now. He's really trying to distance himself from that recent loss to Ignis. Absolute efficiency from the favorite, putting up 3 straight to reclaim the lead. Totally clean finish here, and that's 4 straight for the favorite. The gap in rating is starting to show through here. Unreal strength from Catalyst, extending the run to 5 straight as the first half winds down. A brutal rough patch for Ignis, who's only won once in his last 9. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. That 6-game run really put him in the driver's seat for the second half. Let's see if Ignis can bounce back. Catalyst is just owning that ramp right now, making this look incredibly one-sided. Ignis has been having a rough day with that 1-8 record. Catalyst is just taking over the map, using that ramp position to keep the pressure high. He's really putting that ranking difference into perspective. He manages to secure the trade from the toolbox, which puts him comfortably at 11 rounds. His high placement on the ladder is showing through now. Ignis finds a way back into the fight from the ramp. That second place finish in their last head-to-head is coming back to haunt him. He shuts the door on any comeback, punishing Ignis right off that ramp. What a finish. Catalyst seals the deal and secures a 13-5 victory. He just looked completely out of his depth today. A huge statement victory for the 4th seed to close this out. What a scrap. Vortex barely keeps his head above water to take the opener. Catalyst holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, having won over 60% of their total encounters. It's an intimidating track record that makes this early parity surprising. The big question is if Vortex can finally break that trend today. Absolute deadlock now as we hit the 2-all mark. The best player on our ladder is certainly making his presence felt. Catalyst is starting to put a bit of pressure on the world number 1 here. The battle for the top spot today is heating up. Catalyst is pulling away with a commanding 4-2 lead. Vortex strikes back, narrowing the gap to 4-3. Looking at his numbers today, he's clearly in great form. Vortex is really starting to shift the energy in this match as soon as the pressure mounts. A very strong 27-15 showing from him across his games today. Catalyst maintains a slim edge at 5-4. He's definitely feeling the weight of that previous 16-14 loss. Vortex has put up an impressive 27-15 record over the last day. He has a lot of momentum right now, but the current scoreline shows him struggling to capitalize on it. It will be interesting to see if he can claw back some ground before the half. We're locked in at 6-6 as we head into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Vortex is holding his own, despite that historically difficult matchup. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst regains the lead, putting him up 7-6. The world number 1 is having to fight for every single frame. Catalyst surges ahead to an 8-6 cushion. Vortex is having a much harder time tonight than he did against Ignis. Completely untainted round for the leader, who is now really beginning to distance himself. A tough spot for the number 1 seed right now. He is just relentlessly efficient right now, picking up another untouched kill. The top seed is really feeling the heat now. Vortex manages to get the upper hand, halting the momentum for a moment. Vortex is staying stubborn, simply cleaning him off the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. The favorite is finally starting to put the pressure back on. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for the underdog, who is simply refusing to back down. Incredible. He's completely overhauled the scoreline to bring things back to a dead heat. A complete reversal of fortunes as we head into the final stretch. He's completely unstoppable right now, claiming his 5th straight round to take the lead. He is absolutely on a tear, securing another effortless kill to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He manages to stop the slide, picking off the other player right from the ramp. A huge moment to keep this fight alive. What a finish! Vortex digs deep to complete an unbelievable climb and seals the victory. To finally get one over that long-time nemesis is a huge weight off his shoulders, a massive result for the top seed. What a fight! Vortex came out swinging and puts Ignis in a hole immediately. Vortex has an overwhelming head-to-head advantage, winning 78% of their past meetings. This dominant history together makes it very difficult for Ignis to find a path to victory today. It will take a huge shift in momentum for Ignis to pull this back. A huge response from Ignis, putting a stop to the early run with a perfect round. The favorite is definitely feeling a bit more pressure now. Vortex is just one step from sealing the deal. Vortex has really been owning the server today with the 27-15 record. He's refusing to back down, putting a rapid finish on the round to close the gap. Vortex holds the high ground perfectly on the ramp, shutting down any hopes of a streak for Ignis. The top seed is proving why he's at the peak of the ladder. Vortex is just too fast for him, quickly clearing Ignis out of the ramp position. He's certainly playing like the #1 seed right now. Vortex completely shuts down the comeback attempt with a perfect sequence of shots. His recent form has been on a completely different level lately. Ignis comes through with a clean burst to keep things moving. That first seed is definitely feeling the heat now. Vortex was ready for that play, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's really displaying that top-tier skill gap in the current rankings. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He's completely controlling the pace and living up to the hype. Ignis needs a much stronger start in the second half to avoid a quick loss. Time to switch sides. Vortex just can't be shaken, holding that ramp position and putting a huge amount of pressure on the match. Vortex is really making his current top spot on the ladder felt. Ignis has struggled immensely today, going a dismal 1-9 in his last few games. Well, it makes this current resistance all the more impressive. He's fighting an uphill battle against the top seed and needs a few more of these rounds to truly change the narrative. Ignis managed to string a couple together, but Vortex is right back in the driver's seat now. Vortex is really showing that class difference right now. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, showing he can definitely trade blows with the top seed. He is certainly proving he can hang with the league's top player. Ignis is starting to build some serious speed, taking a few quick rounds in a row to keep this alive. Vortex really needs to shake off those last 2 rounds. That was a fierce exchange, but he managed to outlast his opponent to keep this streak going. He's really fighting through a nightmare run of form today. That was an intense standoff, but the favorite outlasts him to secure match point. Vortex just needs to close out one more for the victory. Absolutely unreal. He finishes the game from the ramp to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game and put on a clinic to finish this one off. Catalyst has been the dominant force in their history, winning 75% of their previous matchups. It's quite a shock to see the lower rated player getting the first lead today. We have to see if that early confidence can carry Ignis further. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that with a sliver of health left. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses to Vortex and Catalyst. He nearly went down, but that final burst seals it for Ignis. It's a total flip from their last encounter on fast aim. He's just not letting up, taking complete control of the pace now. Quite the turnaround for the guy sitting at 23rd on the ladder. A total shutdown here, showing some real grit to claw back another one. He's fighting an uphill battle against the odds right now. Ignis is just too quick on the trigger today, and he's building a serious lead here. It is rare to see him control the series like this. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and he's finally starting to claw his way back into the game. He's showing a lot of heart, securing another round from the ramp to close the gap. The favorite is starting to exert his influence here. Absolutely incredible. He levels the score at 5-all, completely erasing that early deficit. He's certainly showing why he's expected to take this series. A bloody trade of fire that goes his way, reclaiming a slim advantage. That's an impressive showing from the rank 23 spot. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's an interesting start given that Catalyst is such a heavy favorite. We'll see if the higher rank ever really kicks in during the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. That's a much cleaner way to keep this map tied. Pure efficiency from the higher seed to bring things back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted back to a coin flip. He secures another huge round from the ramp to take a narrow lead. The experience difference is starting to show in these late game exchanges. He is simply outclassing everything Ignis throws at him right now, keeping this streak alive. He just keeps rolling, raining down fire from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Ignis proves he's still in this by picking him off the container. Crucial time for the underdog to halt the bleeding. What a statement. He just completely outplayed Catalyst to bring the score to 10-9. Unbelievable. He's totally overhauled this map to tie it up with a third straight win. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked star now. A strong response here. Reclaiming the lead as he continues his climb back into the game. It's a fight for survival for the lower seed now. What a gritty performance to force the issue. And now he's just one more away from victory. He's making the most of his experience edge in these final moments. Absolute insanity. Catalyst completes the climb and secures the map. Ignis really pushed him to the brink this time, putting up a hell of a fight on a map where he usually has the advantage. He had to earn every single point today. Truly impressive effort. Vortex enters this series as our #1 rated player, and it's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence right now after taking their most recent head-to-head clash. Catalyst usually has the historical edge, but he'll need to find a way to disrupt this momentum early. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead at 2-1. Vortex is looking very comfortable after his 26 wins today. Vortex is just outreacting him right now, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite to make a move. Vortex is cruising now, leading the series 3-2. Catalyst definitely knows how to play the #1 seed. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-2 lead. His top seed status is starting to show. We're seeing a total toss-up here. These two are just trading rounds back and forth. The 4 rated player in the group is showing his grit. Deadlock Catalyst has completely wiped out that lead. Despite the ladder gap, he's showing why he often owns this head-to-head. A complete turnaround. He's now sitting on 3 straight wins and holds the lead. The high seed is starting to feel the heat. Unbelievable. He's simply too fast right now, moving his lead to 6-4. He's just on another level right now, taking complete control of the game heading into the break. Catalyst is up 8-4 heading into the break. The results are going exactly as predicted here. He took over the server with 6 straight round wins to put himself in a very strong position. Vortex needs to wake up fast. Catalyst historically wins about 63% of their meetings. And honestly, that long-term dominance is exactly what we're seeing now. It'll be interesting to see if the league's current top player can break this momentum before it's too late. Catalyst is just running away with it at 10-5. Vortex is certainly making the most of his current hot streak today. Vortex is really struggling to put anything together here, and a huge deficit is starting to set in. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that one with a sliver of health left. Vortex is certainly showing the form he brought into today. Vortex is really fighting back here, digging himself out of a deep hole with those 2 quick round wins. The top seed is starting to prove his class. He shuts that door quickly, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. It is looking like the underdog today is simply outclassed. A crisp shot by Vortex keeps the map alive for now. The top seed is fighting through a really tough spot. He's refusing to go down easily, getting another quick round under his belt. That's it. Catalyst secures the final kill and takes the entire series. Vortex had some flashy moments and definitely faster reflex today, but he just couldn't close the gap. Fast start for Ignis, managing to come out on top in a scramble up on the ramp. Vortex is looking sharp, quickly neutralizing Ignis despite the height advantage on the ramp. The world number 1 is starting to find his range. Vortex has an incredibly dominant 80% win rate over Ignis in their head-to-head history, and honestly that usually means the results are a foregone conclusion. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually put together a real run this time. He's simply not missing right now, powering through a third straight victory. A complete turnaround from that loss he took an hour ago. A huge response here. Just a lightning fast shot to bring the score closer. He needs to keep this energy to justify the favorite label. Vortex is showing great tenacity, quickly clearing the ramp for another point. The pressure is shifting as the underdog fights to stay relevant. Ignis is pulling ahead, now leading by 2. He's definitely not playing like someone who just dropped 3 in a row today. Vortex is digging deep, staying steady to keep this game within reach. The higher seed is definitely stabilizing now. Ignis manages to secure another one from the ramp, keeping his lead. He's showing a lot of grit given how rough his day has been. Vortex handles the duel perfectly, picking the opponent off the ramp and staying strong as we head into the break. A big momentum shift as we head into the interval. We're all square at 6-6. Well, it's shocking to see the world number 1 struggling this much to pull away. Ignis is refusing to fold despite that huge historical gap in their head-to-head. He's holding a tight grip on this lead, managing to shut the round down from the toolbox. The higher rank is starting to assert control. He secures another quick kill from the toolbox, showing real strength to climb back into this. The gap in their raw skill levels is starting to show. And another one for the top seed, cleanly erasing his opponent from the ramp to push his lead to 9-6. It's getting harder for the underdog to find an answer. What a sharp reaction there. He halts the momentum and closes the gap to 7-9. He manages to outduel Ignis on the ramp, showing impressive resolve to climb back into this. He's definitely playing like the guy who walked in as the favorite. Another point for the favorite, showing real grit to maintain this upward climb. That's the kind of precision we expect from a top 5 rated player. He strikes again from the ramp, moving within a single round of victory. A look at the ladder confirms the skill gap today. What a finish. Vortex seals the deal to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game in the second half to put on a clinic here. Just total dominance from the world number 1. Catalyst starts things off strong, using that high ground to secure the opening round. Catalyst has completely controlled his rivalry with 45 all-time wins over Ignis. But seeing that head-to-head gap, you'd expect the favorite to be pulling away much faster than this. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can keep this momentum going. We've got a dead heat now with both players tied. Ignis is fighting a tough stretch after starting his day 112. Catalyst is really starting to build some pressure here, grabbing a lead with a quick couple of rounds. Ignis proved that height doesn't guarantee a win, quickly picking Catalyst right off that box. Catalyst holds a slim edge as we hit round 8. He's looking a lot like the top 5 seed we expected today. Ignis tried to take that height advantage, but Catalyst was simply too quick to shut him down. That rank 4 standing is certainly starting to show. Catalyst just barely keeps his grip at 5-4. Ignis is really feeling the heat with a 112 record over the last day. It's clear that poor form is haunting him even in this particular match. He simply needs to find some stability if he wants to avoid another loss here. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's basically playing out as predicted. Despite the higher rank, he hasn't been able to completely blow the doors off this one yet. Time to swap sides. Catalyst is really taking advantage of those angles, securing that round from the top of the box. He's showing why there's such a massive rating difference here. Ignis cuts him down from the box, continuing to claw back into this match. A quick response there to keep the game interesting. A brutal exchange here, and Ignis refuses to back down as he forces this game toward a tie. It's rare to see him this pushed back when facing the favorite. What a shift! He completely wipes the slate clean to bring this series dead. Even the pressure is mounting on the higher ranked player right now. He manages to stop that momentum shift and reclaim a 1-round lead. He's definitely playing the role of the aggressor here. He's showing incredible grit, managing to force a complete deadlock at 9-9. Everything is wide open now for whoever can blink first. Unbelievable. Both players were absolutely shredding each other, but he barely survives that bloodbath with 7 health. Absolutely effortless. He's now claimed 3 straight and has almost entirely taken over this game. A complete shutdown here, bringing the tally to 10-11. It's getting tighter and tighter. Both players are just 1 round away from taking a huge lead here. Everything is basically equal to the map win rate here. He's absolutely on fire right now, bringing the score to 12-11 with that 3-round tier. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. What a way to close it out. He finishes the match with an incredibly crisp burst to secure the seed. Ignis gave everything he had out there, but he just couldn't find that final push. A massive effort to keep it this close. Hard-fought win. What a fight. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Vortex barely escapes with his life. Catalyst is clearly the historical powerhouse here with a 63% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's an impressive track record that seems to hold up regardless of current form. We just have to see if the top-rated player can reverse that trend. Vortex is really finding his range, taking total control of the pace from that ramp position. The top seed is certainly making his presence felt early on. That's an absolute shutdown. He's completely in control now. The league's top-rated player is really showing why he's #1. A completely untouched effort as Catalyst shows some real grit to close the gap. The momentum is definitely shifting back into his favor now. He's refusing to fold, stepping up again for a perfectly clean frame. This is a complete flip from the pre-match expectations. Vortex has been in fantastic shape today, putting up a 26-15 record. It's allowing him to play with a lot of confidence, even while facing some heavy pressure. We'll see if he can keep this energy high as the match moves toward the break. He's showing great resilience here, securing another win to trim that deficit down. That was an incredibly fast reset from him. Vortex is really managing the space well, holding that ramp position to put himself in a strong spot. A strong performance so far from the #1 seed. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. I mean, it's a surprising start given Catalyst usually owns this map. The underdog is really leaning into the pressure and playing the favorite tough right now. Let's see how the switch plays out. He secures the win from the ramp, showing a lot of heart to keep this close. He's really fighting back to challenge the odds. Clears him right off the ramp to lock in a 7-7 deadlock. He's absolutely punishing every mistake right now. Absolute precision. He cruises to another victory and now holds the lead. The momentum swing is real for the player who started the second half trailing. He's simply not missing a shot. Moving his tally to 9 while keeping his health perfectly intact. Just an unbelievable run of form, continuing the surge with a 5th straight victory. Total reversal of the pregame script. Unreal survival. He barely clings to life after a brutal trade on the ramp to keep his comeback alive. Talk about a nail-biter, he's really dancing on the edge today. He outduels him in a fast trade on the ramp to keep this momentum surging. Pressure is definitely mounting for the man who came in as the favorite. He's just relentless, putting himself in a perfect position to secure match point. The early favorite is really feeling the heat now. Vortex manages to hold his ground on the ramp to keep this series alive. He's keeping the dream alive for now. He manages to hold that ramp again, showing plenty of fight to keep things interesting. The momentum is firmly with him as we head into the final stretch. Incredible. He secures the final blow and completes an amazing turnaround to take the series. Vortex really played his heart out, surviving those few brutal scrapes by a hair to keep us guessing. He just couldn't close the door. Tough loss for the world #1. Vortex has really dominated this rivalry with 86 total wins. It's surprising to see the heavy favorite starting the series on the back foot. We have to see if Ignis can actually make this a competitive fight. Ignis is absolutely cruising with a commanding 2-0 lead. It's a massive shift from their previous outing on fast aim. He just can't find an answer for this pace. He's absolutely taking over early on. He's not playing like the league's top-rated star right now. Vortex answers back with a perfect shot to keep himself in the fight. He needs to find more consistency if he wants to reclaim the lead. Ignis is just relentless, holding a huge 4-1 advantage. A complete contrast to that last duel on fast aim. Ignis is just putting on a masterclass, leading 5-1. A massive shift for the rank 25 player in this series. Another completely clean trade, and the momentum is firmly in his favor. That's a rough stretch for someone who's had 24 wins today. He recovers just in time to close this out and move to 7-1. He's really struggling to keep it together after that tough 11-13 loss to Catalyst. Barely manages to scrape through that exchange, but the streak is now 5 strong. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is this shaken. Vortex secures a clean win from the ramp to tighten the gap. He's got a lot of experience to lean on in these spots. Vortex has a huge lead in their head-to-head history. It's looking more like that lifelong dominance now as he pushes back. If he keeps up this run, the current score will quickly become a memory. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, it's a total shock seeing the top seed trailing by 4. He's completely flipped the script on this one. Let's see if Vortex can reset. Vortex keeps fighting back, now trailing 8-5. The gap in their individual ratings is becoming more evident now. Unbelievable. He almost goes down, but manages to clutch out the win with a sliver of health left. He's really showing some nerves of steel in these high-pressure exchanges. Ignis is simply unstoppable, pushing the lead to 10-5. He's completely shaken his recent form after that string of losses. Vortex is starting to dig in and find some answers from that ramp. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this one. Vortex claws back to 7, but Ignis still holds the line. The world #1 is starting to find his stride. Ignis is just refusing to let Vortex get any real momentum going today. The pace of these encounters is just lightning fast, barely giving either player a second to breathe. He's certainly not playing to his usual standards today. Vortex remains composed, ending that run with a totally unscathed exchange. He's starting to prove why he entered as the heavy favorite. He's just not letting up, keeping the pressure on to bring this nearly tied. The pressure is really mounting on the low-ranked seed now. He's completely erased that deficit, forcing a deadlock with a stunning run of form. Vortex secures his 5th straight victory, moving to 12-11 and putting himself one step away from the finish line. Absolute control from the favorite as the gap closes completely. What a finish! He closes out the series in style to complete the comeback. He really fought his way back from the brink, refusing to let the momentum slide. What a fight! Catalyst holds a massive 46-15 lead in their head-to-head history. Well, that's why he's coming in as the heavy favorite today. He just beat Ignis in their most recent meeting, so he should have the confidence to recover from this early loss. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading 2-1. He's simply playing like a top 2 player in the world right now. Another flawless exchange, and he's just completely in control of this set. Ignis is really feeling that recent slump right now. Absolute authority from the favorite, who has now swept through 4 straight rounds. Ignis is really struggling to find an answer after a rough 114 day. He is just outclassing everything. Ignis throws at him, taking another quick round for himself. He's just completely untouchable right now, putting his opponent in a deep hole. He's really playing like the number 2 ranked guy right now. Another effortless round, he's just taking everything Ignis throws his way. His rank reflects the skill gap we're seeing here. He's simply on another level, extending the run to 8 straight wins. Frantic exchange of fire, but he emerges on top to maintain his grip on this match. His ranking as the number 2 seed is on full display. He's simply not letting up, securing a 10th consecutive round as we head into the break. A huge 10-2 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we predicted. He's taking full advantage of Ignis' recent slump and is just crushing this opening half. Time for Ignis to wake up. Ignis finally showed a spark in the previous round, but Catalyst immediately shut that door shut. He's in spectacular form lately, having won 4 straight in his last 10. Both players landed some heavy hits, but he clears the air and puts himself on the verge of victory. A sharp reaction from Ignis to keep this battle going. That was a quick snap back from Ignis. What a finish. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to secure the victory. He's continuing this tear through the bracket, and that 46-15 head-to-head record is looking even more lopsided now. Catalyst wastes no time and catches Vortex right as he's moving up that ramp. Catalyst holds a massive 63% head-to-head advantage over his opponent. That dominance is showing right now, especially since he just beat Vortex earlier today. We have to see if the top-seeded player can flip the script. He simply refuses to let up, picking his opponent off the ramp to take a huge lead. The #1 rated player is staring down a steep hill. Vortex puts up a fight and finally answers back. He really needed that to keep the gap manageable. Catalyst is just too quick for him, catching Vortex as he tried to peek from the ramp. He's really putting that second place rating to work. Wow, what a fight. Vortex barely hangs on after that absolute war from the ramp to bring the score to 4-2. He's clawing back into this with some incredibly tight escapes. Catalyst holds a commanding 5-2 lead as we restart. The #2 seed is just looking too sharp right now. Vortex is showing real grit here, completely shut down that challenge to keep things close. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Vortex is actually having a slightly better day overall with a 25-16 record in the last 24 hours. It's a strange contrast because Catalyst is still the one completely controlling the pace of this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can turn that general momentum into a comeback. Catalyst is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 7-4 lead. It's a battle of the titans with the top 2 seeds clashing. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage, and honestly this is exactly how we thought the first half would play out. He's using his 69% map win rate to keep Vortex on the defensive. Time for a fresh set of eyes. A clean shot there to clear Catalyst off the ramp, keeping the pressure high. The momentum is shifting back to the underdog. Vortex is simply refusing to crumble, dragging himself right back into a deadlock by knocking his opponent off the ramp. Catalyst edges ahead again to make it 8-7. He's continuing that momentum from their last meeting on red line. And that's it. The series is completely deadlocked. He's showing incredible heart to bring us back to a tie. Catalyst pulls ahead again, now leading 9-8. He's clearly comfortable fighting the absolute best player in the league. Absolute grit from Vortex to bring this back to a dead heat at 9-9. Total chaos now with a clean slate for both of them. Catalyst takes a slim 10-9 lead back into the fray. He looks like he's finding a dangerous groove here. Vortex displays an incredible spirit, finally bringing us back to a deadlock after clearing Catalyst off the boost. Absolutely no room for error moving forward. A methodical approach here as he remains unscathed to seize the lead. A very steady hand from the favorite to reclaim the lead. The tension is unbelievable. We are completely tied up and both of these guys are refusing to let an inch of ground go. The #2 seed just can't be kept down for long. Catalyst reacts first and shuts him down from the boost, moving within a single step of victory. He is really capitalizing on his top tier seed status. Unbelievable, he closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He's just got a psychic read on everything today, taking that second series in a row. Total respect to Vortex for pushing it this far, a tough way to drop a match. Vortex currently holds a commanding 87-24 lead in their head-to-head history. Looking at how they've both played today, that sheer statistical gap seems to be weighing on Ignis right now. It'll take a very focused shift to turn the tide. Absolute shutdown as the streak hits 3. He is simply too fast right now. Completely untouched finish as he extends his lead to 4-0. The top seed is putting on a clinic here. He's simply untouchable right now, pushing that gap to 5-0. He's looking every bit the top seed in this opening stretch. He simply will not let up, securing his 6th straight for an overwhelming lead. Vortex is playing precisely to his #1 seed expectations. The carnage continues as he secures yet another round with an effortless finish. The gap in their overall rating is showing up in a big way. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another effortless win. Unreal. Ignis barely survives that chaotic exchange to finally get a round on the board. That was a gritty way to take a round back. Ignis enters this game with a tough 1-15 record over the last day. It's really impressive to see him shake off that recent slump to put together 2 quick rounds. Now we have to see if he can actually sustain this momentum. Vortex takes a strong 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from the top seed. Ignis had a brief moment, but the skill difference has been obvious throughout these first 12 rounds. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis manages another one, narrowing it to 4-9. That's an impressive shift, given he's battling the top-rated player here. Vortex keeps the pressure high, utilizing that Tetris position to keep the lead comfortable. He has a significant number of total games under his belt. Ignis is picking up the pace here, knocking Vortex right off that Tetris perch. Surprising to see this much resistance from the lower ranked player. The momentum has shifted back to the favorite, and it's becoming a real uphill battle from here. The A-tier consistency is just starting to show here. He shuts everything down with a perfect burst, putting himself just one round away from victory. What a finish! Vortex closes it out to take the entire series. He's just on another level right now, and it's getting tougher for Ignis to find any answers on this map. Catalyst holds a massive 47-15 lead in their career head-to-head battles. It's clear that dominance is carrying over into this map. We'll see if Ignis can find any way to shake that mental burden. He just clears him right off the ramp, extending the lead to a commanding 3-0. The gap between these two rankings is really showing on the server. He shuts it down from the wine box. Simply untouchable right now. He looks just as sharp as he did in that 13-3 blowout earlier. Ignis finally answers back, picking him off the wine box to get back on the board. The ramp just became a dead zone for Ignis as Catalyst proves he's too quick on the draw. The skill gap between rank 2 and rank 25 is glaring. Ignis is coming off a rough stretch with a 1:16 record today. That lack of momentum makes it incredibly difficult to climb back into this match. He really needs to find a way to disrupt this pace before it's too late. He secures another win from the wine box, completely controlling this series. A really tough run of form lately for the opposition. Ignis puts him down from the window, narrowing the deficit to 8-2. At least he's showing some fight in the middle of this. Catalyst just keeps pulling away, now sitting at 8-3. It's a 9-3 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's essentially outclassed his opponent in every exchange so far. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis is starting to find some answers, showing he can hold that ramp with a bit more confidence now. He's fighting an uphill battle against an incredibly high-rated opponent. Catalyst takes control from the ramp, putting himself just a few steps away from finishing this. A very dominant run of form lately for the top seed. Catalyst is just too fast from that ramp, closing in on a very quick finish. He really looks as sharp as he did against Vortex earlier. Ignis puts an end to that streak by catching him right off the toolbox. Unreal. He manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health to pull that victory off the ramp. That's a seriously clutch way to keep the hope alive. He's on fire right now, picking up his third straight point in this run. He's putting up a huge fight despite being ranked 25. He refuses to let up, surviving a brutal trade to keep this streak moving. A total reversal from how their last meeting on the other map went. He shuts down the momentum shift completely, securing the win from the ramp. He's proving that those early predictions were correct. Game over. Catalyst finishes it right here to close out the series. Ignis really put up a fight there, but in the end he just couldn't keep that momentum going against the world's second best. Catalyst dominates the head-to-head record with a 63% win rate over the long term. And considering he just beat Vortex in their most recent clash, he is definitely carrying a lot of confidence into this server. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player in the league can find a way to answer back. He's just not missing. That's 3 straight for Catalyst, and he walked away from that fight completely untouched. He is simply too fast for him right now, making it a total shutout. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure as the top seed here. Absolutely unbelievable. He is just playing a perfect game so far. Vortex finally manages to put a round on the board. He's playing the role of the underdog perfectly right now. Catalyst is fighting against a 41% win rate on this specific map. I mean, that's a clear contrast to how he usually performs in the league. It's starting to look like Vortex is leaning into that positional advantage to claw back into this series. Catalyst holds a firm lead at 6-3. He's definitely showing why he's currently the #1 seed. Vortex continues his rally, putting up a huge fight as he closes in on the front runner. Catalyst puts a stop to that little run, quickly clearing Vortex off the box to keep his lead. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, everything is going according to plan. He's looked extremely sharp and in total control of the pace so far. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Catalyst is just running away with this at 9-4. He's really making this look like a one-sided affair. Vortex manages to dig deep and bring it to 9-5. The #1 seed is fighting to flip the script here. These exchanges are becoming a total blur, with the rounds ending faster and faster. He's certainly proving he belongs in that second spot on the ladder. Vortex is really struggling to find any answers here, while Catalyst looks like he's cruising to the finish. That's another strong victory for the #2 ranked player today. Vortex is starting to push back and is really narrowing the gap now. He's clearly not letting that recent loss to his opponent get in his head. Unbelievable. He's showing the class of the world #1 right now. That was an instant shutdown to put the pressure right back on Vortex. Manages to dig in and claw back a point, delaying the inevitable slightly. It's a tough spot to be in, but he's definitely fighting with heart. Vortex quickly shuts him down from the box to maintain his current momentum. Vortex is proving he can keep pace with the best on the ladder. The comeback is still very much alive as he keeps this roll going with another perfect shot. And that's it. Catalyst closes the door on the series with an effortless finish. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to stop the momentum. What a battle. Vortex enters this match with a massive advantage in their history, having won 79% of their career bouts against Ignis. And that mental edge seems to be translating into his play today. Let's see if Ignis can find any answers for that pressure. Ignis is suddenly on top with a 2-1 lead. He is certainly shaking off that 10-match losing slide. We are right back to a dead heat. And both these players are trading rounds with basically no breathing room. The number 2 seed is starting to exert his control here. Vortex claws back ahead, moving to a 3-2 lead. Just a glimpse of what the second seed can do when he's focused. Unbelievable. He manages to edge out a victory while hanging on by a thread. He's really putting that rating difference on display right now. He's completely taken over the map, securing another rapid win to extend the streak to 4. Ignis shows some real grit here, cutting the lead back down to 2. The underdog is fighting back and refusing to go quietly. Vortex is showing incredible consistency with a 23-17 record today, and that stability is exactly what separates a top-tier player from the rest of the field. He's effectively making this look like a textbook encounter. Vortex still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. He's firmly established himself as the better player of the two. Vortex takes the first half 7-5. I mean, it is exactly what we expected to see. The favorite is comfortably in the lead, and Ignis is just struggling to keep pace. Let's see if the side switch changes. He is showing a lot of heart right now, keeping the pressure on the top seed. It's a far cry from the blowout we saw in the earlier matches. Vortex still manages a narrow 2-round lead over Ignis. Vortex is keeping a tight grip with a 9-6 lead. A tough stretch for the 25th ranked player today. The momentum has shifted completely as he pushes his lead to 10. He's looking extremely sharp after that early 13-5 win in their previous game. Simply terrifying speed. He completely shuts down any hopes of a comeback with that shot. Ignis manages to secure a clean round and hold his ground. Ignis is putting up a fight here, refusing to let the map slide away easily. He's really capitalizing on the 51% map success rate. What a fight! Vortex barely scraps through that exchange to put himself one round away from victory. He's simply refusing to let the momentum swing back towards his opponent. A total shutdown to deny the match-ending shot, keeping his hopes alive for now. Just goes to show how dangerous he can be when he's confident. Another effortless round for the challenger, who is simply refusing to let the game slip away. Vortex is certainly feeling the pressure now compared to the start. What an absolute snapshot. Vortex secures the final kill to close out the match. Ignis really pushed him to the brink today, making that high ranking feel completely irrelevant for a while. What a fight!
Catalyst puts the pressure on early by taking control of that ramp. Catalyst owns the head-to-head with 48 wins over Ignis. It's clear the historical dominance is spilling over into this series. I'm wondering if Ignis can find any way to break this momentum. Ignis is fighting hard, trailing by just a single round. A huge shift in confidence for the number 25 seed. Ignis has completely flipped the script, dealing with the pressure and taking that a great shot at Catalyst on the container. A really tough time for the ranked 25 player lately. He's simply outplaying his opponent right now, taking another round to extend the lead. A truly shocking turn of events for the top seed today. Unbelievable. He's just untouchable right now, securing another win to make it 4 straight. He is just relentless, securing his 5th straight round to put a real grip on this game. A quick reaction there from Catalyst to hold the momentum and chip away at that lead. What a scrap. He barely claws this one out to keep the momentum shifting. The favorite is finally starting to look like his usual self. Absolutely effortless. He erases the deficit completely and levels the score at 5-all. He's simply overpowering his opponent right now, picking up another one to keep this roll going. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is a surprisingly close battle given the skill gap between these two. Ignis is showing a lot of grit to keep pace with the world #1. Let's see who finds their rhythm. Ignis holds the edge as we enter round 13. A shocking way to start the second half for the underdog. He's showing a lot of heart, squaring the matchup at 7-7. He's finally managed to shake off those shaky starts from earlier today. Ignis takes the lead, putting Catalyst on the back foot. His performance is a complete reversal of how he's played today. Ignis has been struggling massively today with a 118 record over the last 24 hours. But the raw data shows he actually holds a statistical edge on this specific map. He's proving that those numbers can actually translate into results when the pressure is high. He's simply too strong right now. Picking up another round to keep the pressure on. He's showing a lot of resilience for someone so low on the ladder. Quick. Coming off a strong 13-10 victory over Vortex earlier today. He secures another win, leaving him just one step away from victory. The gap on the ladder isn't meaning much right now. Absolutely unbelievable. Ignis secures the final kill to close out the series. A massive statement from the underdog to take down the world #1. He really played his heart out today, hard-fought win. Catalyst has won 63% of their historical encounters. It's an interesting dynamic given that Vortex currently holds the top spot on our ladder. He'll be looking to use that status to finally close the gap in their head-to-head record. He's just too fast, taking total control with 3 straight wins. The #1 rated player is really making a statement here. He's just not missing, putting up a massive void for the other side to fill. That's an incredible start for the top seed on the ladder. He just wipes the floor with that shot from the Tetris, extending the lead to 5-0. Something is definitely off for the second-ranked player today. He finally gets around on the board to stop the run. Vortex looks way too comfortable right now, quickly reclaiming the lead after that brief stumble. Catalyst is currently in a massive deficit for someone who has won 63% of their historical encounters. It's clear that the momentum is entirely on Vortex's side right now. We'll see if the higher rated player can find any way to flip the script. The streak continues as he keeps this absolute roll going. The world #1 is showing why he holds that spot. A crisp shot keeps things moving as he claims another point before we head toward the half. It's 9-3 in favor of Vortex. I mean, a totally different story than the pre-match projections. We are seeing a complete reversal of the historical trend here as the underdog is simply outclassing his opponent. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Vortex is just cruising now with a 10-3 lead. A total flip from that Dunes encounter earlier. That was incredibly fast. Vortex is just ignoring the pressure and powering right through. He shuts him down from the Tetris, putting himself just one step away from victory. A tough spot for the second-ranked player right now. A quick reaction from the Tetris keeps him in the fight for now. A much-needed moment of breathing room for the underdog. Unbelievable. He claws back from nearly nothing to secure the map victory. Just a completely different world from their last set together. He's really cementing that top rank with a huge statement. Ignis gets the first one of the day, cleaning up Vortex right off that boost. Vortex really owns this specific rivalry, having won nearly 80% of their career encounters. It makes total sense why the ratings gap is so wide here. We have to see if Ignis can actually bridge that divide today. He's simply too quick right now, extending his lead to 3 rounds. This is exactly why the ladder has him at the top spot. A very tight exchange here as he manages to claw back around. A tough stretch for Ignis considering those recent results. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 4-2 lead. Vortex is looking a lot like the heavy favorite right now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-2. He's really capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent. Vortex is simply outclassing him right now, moving his lead up to 6. Looking at his 25-15 record today, the confidence is clearly there. Ignis finds his mark, taking the fight right to the box to pull back another round. He has had a tough run today, going only 2-18 in his other games. Vortex has a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it is a stark contrast to someone who has only managed to secure 1 victory in that same span. This matchup is really becoming a showcase of who is in better form right now. We're heading into the break with Vortex holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out as expected so far. He has definitely the upper hand, but Ignis is still fighting to stay within striking distance. Time to shake it off. Vortex secures the kill from the ramp and his lead is starting to feel very secure. His status as the #1 seed is on full display. And he strikes again. Ignis is refusing to back down as he claws his way back into this. He's definitely finding a way to keep this game tight. He's just too sharp right now, continuing a strong surge as the gap closes further. Vortex still keeps a 2-round cushion at 9-7. He's firmly back in the driver's seat. Vortex is still in control, leading 10-7. He really seems to have a psychic read on the opponent. And he's back on top. A lightning fast kill to regain total control of the server. That was a complete brawl, but he manages to scrape through the exchange. The world's #1 seed can't let this slip. What a read from the ramp as he secures another win to keep the pressure on. He's really starting to put up a fight here. He's completely shifted the energy of this set, taking his first 3-round streak of the match. An absolute nightmare scenario for the favorite right now. That's a huge stop for the leader, putting him just a single round away from victory. Vortex just shut down that momentum in a flash. What a gutsy display from Ignis as he clears the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting as the underdog keeps this fight alive. Unreal. He barely walks away from that firefight to close out the series. Ignis really pushed him to the absolute limit, but the top seed just found a way to close it out. He had to sweat for that one. A hard-fought win. Catalyst really dominates this rivalry with a 75% win rate overall. But it's important to remember that Ignis actually took their most recent encounter. We have to see if that previous result gave him the confidence to shake things up today. Ignis is holding a slim 2-1 lead right now. Despite being the clear favorite, the top seed is struggling early. We've got a complete deadlock now. This series is trading blows every single round. Catalyst fights back to lead things 3-2. He's playing with an immense amount of confidence right now. And just like that, Ignis forces a total stalemate. The lower ranked player is absolutely refusing to go away. Ignis is starting to look like the aggressor here, taking control of the map as he extends this lead. That's a huge response from Ignis, storming back with 3 straight wins. A sharp response from the top seed, who quickly puts an end to that run. The second ranked player in the world is finally starting to find his footing. The ladder shows a huge rating gap, with Catalyst currently ranked 2nd overall. It's making this match far more stressful for him, since Ignis has consistently played the role of the spoiler today. If the momentum keeps shifting, we might be looking at another major upset. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's making the most of his map advantage here. He is playing far above his ranking right now and looks ready to pull off a genuine shock. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is just reading him like a book, pulling Catalyst right off the box for another round. It is a nightmarish run of form for him so far. He's showing plenty of grit, clawing another round back to keep things competitive. It's getting closer, but the pressure is definitely on the higher ranked player. A completely clean finish for Catalyst, and he's really starting to put the pressure back on. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seal the round. He just wipes the slate clean, catching Ignis right off the box to even the score. The gap in class is starting to show as he settles in. He just blasted him right off the box, keeping this roll going with an incredible burst of speed. Ignis manages to knock him off the box, bringing this series level. Ignis holds a single round lead as we move forward. He's showing incredible heart, erasing the deficit to put us in a dead heat. He's fighting to justify that favorite status right now. He just can't let the momentum slip, reclaiming the lead and proving he can hang in this fight. He is completely in control now, moving one step closer to the finish line. The momentum has shifted completely toward the higher seed. Unbelievable, he storms back from the deficit to close it out and take the series. That was an absolute battle. He really had to fight for every single round to put a stop to that upset bid. What a fight! Catalyst has managed to win 63% of their previous battles together, though that dominance is being put to the test today. It's hard to ignore that Vortex just beat him in a total blowout a few matches ago. We have to see if the higher ranked player can respond. Catalyst quickly clears that out and finds the open shot, making this a very tight contest early on. A massive clash between the two best players on the ladder. Vortex is simply too fast today, easily picking Catalyst off the ramp to extend his lead. Vortex really seems to have the upper hand lately. Vortex is staring down a lead with a 3-2 cushion. The world number 2 is starting to show some teeth. Vortex is just playing a different game today, holding that ramp position to maintain his momentum. The top seed is making a statement here. Catalyst has an impressive 76% win rate on this map over the long term, but that historical edge isn't translating into results today. It's becoming a real struggle for him to shut down the number 1 seed. He wins that battle on the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's playing comfortably despite the long-term deficit in their head-to-head record. Catalyst cleans up the exchange, finally knocking him off the ramp. He's clearly finding his footing after the tough loss on Italy. Vortex reads him perfectly, just cutting him down while he's sitting on Tetris. Vortex has certainly enjoyed the better run of form today. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely flipping the script here. Catalyst was supposed to be the heavy favorite, but his opponent has simply outplayed him in every phase of this half. Let's see how the switch goes. Vortex is putting a stranglehold on this, leading 9-4. He's maintaining a very high level of consistency through today's set. Catalyst is refusing to just hand this one over, putting on a strong display from that ramp position. The second best player in the league is fighting back. Vortex is cruising with a healthy 9-6 advantage. He's finally looking more like the number 2 seed in this set. Vortex is nearly home with a dominant 10-6 lead. He's proving he deserves that top spot on the ladder. Vortex is just too sharp right now, picking up another quick win with both players fighting for that same spot. The pressure is clearly getting to the runner-up today. That was a blistering response. He's showing just how quickly he can turn things around when he's on his game. Catalyst is starting to claw his way back into this, putting some serious pressure on that lead. His 23-16 record today shows he's been grinding through a lot of matches. What a scrap. He barely scrapes through that trade from the ramp to reach match point. That was incredibly close. He nearly let that one slip. He just needed that breathing room, securing a big stop from the ramp. It's a bit unexpected to see the favorite this far behind. He's really refusing to quit, answering back again to keep this fight alive. Pure desperation from him as he tries to close this out. He is completely unstoppable right now, putting together a huge run to keep this series alive. What an unbelievable turnaround. He's completely shifted the tide to force this series into overtime. A complete shift in energy as we head into this tiebreaker. A sharp response from Vortex, putting him just a single step away from closing the map. His overall career winning percentage is barely over half. Vortex is playing with so much confidence right now. He's just completely shutting Catalyst down.
Simply an incredible read by the favorite, putting an end to that comeback attempt. Just absolute precision in that exchange. He's simply not giving up, shutting down that attempt to close the match. He's keeping his composure as this series hits a fever pitch. Another huge stop for the trailing player, refusing to let this series slip away. Vortex is feeling the pressure after those two quick losses. And that's it. Vortex seals the deal with one final shot from the ramp to take the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially since he's usually so dominant on this map. What a fight. Vortex holds a staggering 90-24 lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. He's definitely the dominant force here, and that mental edge is showing early now. We just have to see if Ignis can find any answer to that pressure. Vortex secures another clean kill from the container, keeping the pressure high. That league leading rating is on full display right now. He just can't get an answer as Vortex extends the gap to 4-0. His 25-13 record today is proving to be a huge momentum booster. Just an absolute wall of momentum now as he picks up another effortless round. The world #1 is simply too sharp right now. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving toward a huge lead. It's been a rough day for Ignis so far. Finally, a response from Ignis, who manages to secure his first point of the map. Ignis is actually the one with the slight map edge here. It's an interesting dynamic because he usually struggles against the world #1. We're seeing if those historical trends can finally flip in his favor. Vortex is cruising right now with a 7-3 cushion. Hard to believe he's actually the one struggling today. These rounds are just flying by. Both players are incredibly fast to react right now. The #1 seed is just putting on a show here. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He looked completely in control during that 6-round run to build this cushion. Let's see if Ignis can rally. Vortex is just relentlessly pushing his 9-4 lead. He's clearly got his target in his sights today. Vortex is staring down a double-digit lead at 10-4. Coming into this with a tough 220 record today. He secures another point from the ramp, shutting down the little momentum Ignis had managed to build. He's just playing like the best man in the building. Ignis reacts quickly to push him off that ramp and take the round. A quick flash of brilliance from the underdog. Vortex quickly recovers his composure to put the pressure back on. He's playing with a lot of confidence after those recent successes. Ignis secures a quick kill to knock him off the ramp. Ignis is refusing to just hand over this map. He's found his second straight point, putting some pressure back on the front runner. A surprising shift in dynamics for the underdog here. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for the underdog, and he is simply not letting this game end quietly. Unbelievable, he claws back yet another round, surviving by a tiny margin to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely nerve-wracking to see him survive with just 7 health. What a finish. Vortex closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Ignis really fought his way back there, but you just can't deny the gap in skill today.
Catalyst holds a dominant 49-16 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a gap that clearly explains why the odds were so skewed in his favor coming into this server. We'll see if Ignis can find a way to flip that script today. He's simply too fast right now, securing another clean point to go 3 straight. Ignis has really been struggling to find any traction today. He's just completely overwhelming his opponent, extending the lead to 4-0. He's just continuing the momentum from that 13-10 win earlier today. He's simply untouchable. Cleaning up from the ramp for a huge 5th straight. He's really asserting himself as the higher rated player here. Ignis responds quickly to get his first point on the board. He's showing some resilience after that rough 221 run today. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle with a 221 record over the last day. It's a tough stretch that makes this current scoreline feel almost inevitable. You'll need to find a serious spark if you want to avoid another blowout. He's simply too strong to stop, moving back into a 3-round tear. The skill gap is staring right back at us. A quick reaction from Ignis to secure another round. It's a tight gap on this map's specific history. What a scramble! He barely manages to stay alive to secure his 2nd straight point. The rank 25 player is fighting back for a result. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the ranking suggested. Ignis managed to put together a 3-round run, but the top seed is still firmly in control. Let's see if a reset helps Ignis. Catalyst pulls away again, extending it to 9-4. He is firmly reminding us why he sits at the top of the ladder. Ignis claws back a bit, trailing 9-5. Catalyst is definitely feeling the pressure after that loss to Vortex. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but somehow claws through that chaos to extend his lead. He's definitely looking like the favorite right now. Catalyst is just making this look effortless, really separating himself in the second half. He's putting on a clinic for the number 3 seed. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt with a lethal shot from the ramp. His early dominance today is just a reflection of that skill gap. Ignis manages to hold his ground and trade out the exchange to stay alive. He's finally finding some breathing room in this series. He's staying composed, adding another quick victory to put a delay on that closing point. He's definitely refusing to let this match slip away quietly. Another strong finish there, keeping the streak alive and prolonging this series. He's finally shaken the top seed's confidence. He's absolutely on fire, absorbing a lot of damage to push the streak to 4. Pressure has completely shifted onto the leader now. What a fight. Catalyst survives the exchange to secure the final point and the match. He really dug deep to make that a struggle, but the top 3 seed just had the answer when it mattered. He had to work for that. Catalyst comes out, swinging, taking a strong opening lead from the window. Vortex is having a tough start here, especially with Catalyst utilizing the height of the wine box so effectively. Vortex is currently sitting at the top of the ladder. Vortex puts the pressure back on, managing to shut down Catalyst from that wine box position. He's definitely playing his way back to that top seed status. We've got the deadlock now, both sitting at 2. He's proving why he holds that #1 spot on the ladder. He just blasts Catalyst off the ramp to take complete control of the match. He completely shuts down that toolbox angle, continuing this terrifying run of form. This is a complete turnaround from their previous encounters. Catalyst responds quickly, picking him off the ramp. This is definitely the matchup of the hour. Catalyst is just lightning quick right now, keeping that ramp momentum going. The favorite is staring down a high caliber challenge here. He keeps the pressure high from that ramp, extending his streak to 3. The head-to-head history really favors the man in the lead. He's just outclassing everyone right now, knocking him off the wine box for another huge victory. The favorite is really making his presence felt here. Vortex earns a clean victory by dropping him off the wine box to tighten the gap. He's riding a massive wave of confidence after those recent wins. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the seed expectations are holding up for now. Let's see if Vortex can leverage his better historical map percentage to close this gap. New sides, new energy. Vortex pulls it back to 6, keeping this tight. He's looking sharp with a 27-12 record today. Total parity now as Catalyst and Vortex sit tight. Vortex is completely in control, securing another win from the ramp to push the score to 8-7. He's on fire. That makes 4 straight for Vortex, and he just wiped the floor with his opponent. Catalyst finds his mark, knocking the opposition off the planks to break that momentum. We are deadlocked once more at 9 apiece. Just a reminder that Catalyst really owns the historical head-to-head stats. Vortex is simply too fast right now, keeping Catalyst from finding any footing. A tough fight, but it fits his recent form against this opponent. Vortex is really putting the squeeze on here, using the wall to climb even higher in the standings. The top-rated player is really showing his depth today. Catalyst is refusing to go away, taking out Vortex from the ramp to bring this right back to a 1-round game. A very impressive 20-17 run for him throughout today. Vortex secured this one from the window, moving him into a position to close it all out. That was a ridiculously fast exchange to put him back in control. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts it all down and secures the series victory. He's just continuing that incredible hot streak he's been on all day. Catalyst kept this a nail biter until the very end, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Vortex has a massive historical edge, winning nearly 80% of their head-to-heads. It's a stark contrast to how the first round played out. We have to wonder if that top-ranked status is actually working against him right now. Ignis is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. Ignis is really snowballing right now. He's just out reacting Vortex in every single trade. He's just not letting up, taking down another round to secure a commanding lead. Struggling to shake the weight of those previous losses today. A lightning fast response from Vortex, showing he's far from out of this. The favorite is finally starting to show some teeth. Ignis has been struggling mightily today with a 222 record over the last 24 hours. Seeing him consistently outplay the world. Number 1 is a huge surprise. I wonder if this is just a temporary lapse for Vortex. Ignis is just dominating, pushing the gap to 6-2. Vortex usually has the answer in these matchups. Vortex claws back 1, but Ignis still leads 6-3. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that recent set of victories. The gap is just continuing to widen, and the world number 1 is really feeling the heat now. Ignis is absolutely cruising here, now sitting at 8-3. He's managing to dismantle the usual dynamic between these two. Ignis goes into the break with a shocking 8-4 lead. Well, seeing the rank 25 player hold this much ground against the top seed is an absolute wild ride. We're looking at a genuine upset in the making here. Fresh start for both sides. Vortex takes another, cutting the deficit to 8-5. His high rating is starting to make a difference here. Ignis holds a strong 9-5 cushion as we enter round 14. Vortex has been on a tear today, netting 27 wins so far. Vortex is quickly closing in on this, refusing to let the lead slip too far. Another quick win for the top seed, showing serious grit as he narrows the lead. The world's best is finally starting to close that gap. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another one to keep the pressure mounting. Just an absolute powerhouse in the league lately. Unbelievable, he's fully erased that deficit, bringing the game back to a dead heat. He is just relentless, taking complete control of the match with that 5th straight victory. A huge reset for the underdog, bringing the series back to a level playing field. The momentum has completely shifted. He's digging deep to reclaim the lead. The gap in their rankings is really starting to show. We are looking at a total deadlock. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final stretch. It is a complete stalemate heading into the final stretch. He's absolutely in control. Just one more round to seal the comeback victory. The top seed is really starting to lock this down. What a finish. He stays completely composed to secure the victory and complete an incredible turnaround. Ignis really pushed him to the limit today, but that inhuman reaction speed finally sealed the deal. What a fight.
Catalyst holds a commanding 50-16 lead in their head-to-head history. It makes a lot of sense seeing that he's already taken the first round here. He's definitely playing with a high level of confidence against this opponent. He just won't let up, pulling the trigger and dropping Ignis right off that box. He's really putting that ranking gap on display right now. A clean response from Ignis to get back into this. Still has a mountain to climb to get this one level. Catalyst is just dominating this series 4-1. Ignis has really been struggling to find any momentum today. Catalyst is firmly in control with a massive 5-1 cushion. Ignis is finally starting to fight back, using that high ground to claw his way back into the match. Ignis isn't fading, picking his opponent right off the box to keep this rally going. The gap in the rankings isn't feeling quite so wide now. Ignis is coming into this series with a 223 record over the last day. That explains why he looks so rattled even after a few strong rounds. It will be tough for him to keep up this push if he can't find a consistent rhythm. Another total shutout for Catalyst from the box to push his lead to 8. Just showing why he's sitting comfortably in the top 5 of the ladder. Catalyst heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Honestly, we expected the favorite to start strong, and he is delivering exactly what the stats predicted. Ignis needs a total reset to avoid a quick loss. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10. He's putting that massive rating difference on full display. These rounds are just flying by. Catalyst is ending them in a blink. His recent form has been incredibly tough to shake. Unreal. Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely scrapes through to put himself one round away from victory. Just a hairline difference on that final duel. What a finish. He shuts the door and closes out the series in style. Honestly, looking at how fast those rounds ended, it's clear he's just on another level right now.
Vortex has been absolutely on fire with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a big shift from the historical numbers where Catalyst usually owns this matchup. The real question is if Vortex can maintain that momentum to sweep the top-seeded player today. Catalyst looks very comfortable taking control of the pace right now, especially using that ramp for a vantage point. Deadlock at 2 apiece. Both players are totally locked in. Just showing why he's holding the top spot on the ladder. Vortex puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. He's clearly feeling the confidence after a strong run today. These two are trading blows rapidly, and neither side is willing to give an inch right now. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Catalyst clawed back to lead things 4-3. A tough spot to be in for the current #1. Vortex played it perfectly, simply refusing to step off that ramp and shutting things down again. He looks sharp after coming off that strong 13-9 result here. Absolutely wild, he barely survives that chaotic exchange to edge out the lead. Exactly how it usually goes when these two meet over the long haul. We're all square again at 5 apiece. A huge level of consistency from the #1 seed today. Vortex regains the edge now, leading 6-5. He's really proving his status as the top player in the league. We've got a 6-6 tie heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from a Clash of Titans. These two are playing to a complete standstill right now. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst finally breaks the deadlock and moves ahead 7-6. Really fighting to get back to that typical head-to-head dominance. Vortex just can't seem to find a way to stop this current slide. It's becoming a real uphill battle for the top-rated man right now. Catalyst just snatched a narrow 1-round cushion. That was an incredibly crisp response to shut things down. Vortex answers right back and we're tied up at 8. It's a huge result for a guy who's usually the underdog here. It's getting precarious for Vortex. He's not letting the top seed pull away, but the momentum is definitely shifting. Vortex is just refusing to budge, holding that ramp perfectly to keep this game completely level. Vortex is certainly having the day of his life so far. Vortex keeps his foot on the gas, dragging Catalyst right off that container to extend the lead. The top-rated player is showing zero signs of slowing down. And we're back to a stalemate. 10-all. It's a massive battle of wills between two top 5 contenders. Vortex is putting on a clinic today, really shaking off that historical disadvantage against Catalyst. His 28 wins today have him playing with incredible poise. Unreal, Catalyst just barely survives that absolute firefight to bring the series level. Hard to say who has the upper hand now. A completely untouched shot to put him on the verge of victory. A ruthless way to secure that lead. What a way to close it out. Vortex secures the final round and the match victory. The top seed really held his nerve in that final stretch, even with a couple of scary moments where he almost went down. What a fight. Ignis secures a strong opening with that high ground advantage on the ramp. Both players were fighting for the same space there, but Vortex just had the faster reaction. The top-rated player in the league is quickly asserting his control. Vortex has a huge edge here, with 92 rounds won in their head-to-head history. You have to wonder if Ignis can actually sustain this early lead, given how one-sided their previous clashes have been. Ignis keeps the momentum swinging his way, 3-1. An incredible turn of events for someone on a 6-game skill. That was a total scrap, but Ignis outlasts him to take another one. He's completely rewritten the script after that recent 11-13 loss. A sharp response from Vortex, taking the lead back and showing he isn't shaking. It's starting to look like the expected outcome. He holds the high ground on Tetris to pick Ignis off the ramp. He's effectively wiped out that early. Unbelievable. He barely survives that firefight on the ramp to completely even the score. Just a sliver of health left for the favorite to hold on. He's simply not letting up, taking his 4th straight for the lead. The gap in class is becoming far too evident. He's completely taken over the map now, clearing out the ramp to secure his 5th consecutive round. It's a far cry from that nail-biter he had with Kale. Ignis picks him off the containers to close the gap just before the side swap. Perfect time to get some breathing room before they switch sides. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He is comfortably in control, but he still needs to stay sharp to put this away. Time to see if Ignis can run. A perfect read from the Tetris as he shut that down completely. He's clearly operating at a different level today. He secures another from the Tetris, continuing his charge toward the finish line. Just a huge contrast to the struggles he had against Zephyr. Ignis is stubbornly refusing to go away, managing to shut down Vortex's hold on the Tetris. Still a huge climb left for the number 25 seed. He keeps the pressure high, effortlessly deleting the competition from those mid containers. It's really starting to feel like a textbook blowout. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with a shred of health to shut down that rally. He's really proving why he entered this series as the clear frontrunner. Ignis is playing spoiler right now, quickly picking Vortex off the Tetris to stay in the fight. That's quite the struggle for the top seed today. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, picking up his 2nd in a row to keep things interesting. He just can't be stopped, dragging Vortex off those boxes to keep this surge going. He's really shaking the confidence of the higher seed. Vortex is showing immense grit, shutting things down from the box to put himself on match point. Huge moment for Ignis, who just dismantled Vortex off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's absolutely refusing to fold, putting up a huge fight to keep this series alive. He's proving he can hang with the elite players today. Unbelievable. He completely shuts the door on regulation, forcing this whole thing into overtime. He is simply on fire, extending this run to 4 straight to push forward in the overtime clash. Absolutely.
absolute chaos for a man who entered this as the clear favorite. Vortex is refusing to cave, effortlessly dropping Ignis off the ramp to even things up. What an incredible recovery. Ignis manages to claw his way back into the lead. The underdog is finding ways to disrupt the favorite's flow. Vortex is showing a lot of heart, erasing the deficit to bring the score level. A total deadlock as we head into this next fight. Vortex claws his way back to a lead, putting the pressure on with that victory. He's really starting to play like the higher seeded player again. An absolute blur of a round, and he just forced a dead heat at 15-all. A total reset of the board as we move further into overtime. Ignis takes a narrow one-round lead at 16-15. Another split, leaving us tied up at 16 apiece. Ignis pulls ahead again, now leading 17-16. He's certainly not playing the part of the underdog anymore. Ignis pulls further ahead, now sitting at 18-16. A strange contrast to how his previous map went against Zephyr. Vortex narrows it down, trailing just one now. The favorite has found some stability at the worst possible moment. Absolute madness, they're deadlocked at 18-all. Exactly the kind of pressure we expected the underdog to feel. Ignis manages to snag the lead, moving ahead 19-18. Ignis is just rampant, extending that gap to 2018. His current form is a complete departure from how he fought his way through the bracket. Vortex answers back quickly, leaving Ignis just one ahead. He's starting to look like the man we saw earlier today. Nick, Mick, Nick, 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 Mick, Mick, Nick, 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 Mick, Nick, Mick, Nick. The composure on display is far beyond what we expected from him. Ignis is simply dominant right now, extending his lead to 22-19. He's finally cracked that losing streak with a massive result in overtime. To take down the world #1 after everything he's been through today is just special. What a performance.
Catalyst heads into this as a heavy favorite, which makes sense given his 76% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. You can see that historical dominance playing a role already. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find an answer to that pressure. Catalyst is really flexing his lead, holding a 2-1 edge. We're back to a dead heat. These two are simply trading blows right now. A huge shift from that last time they played. They're completely locked in at 3-all. Ignis is really holding his own here, taking control of the pace as we head deeper into the set. We are back to a complete stalemate at 4 apiece. The gap in their rankings is really starting to surface. Catalyst strikes first, reclaiming a slim 5-4 advantage. The class difference is starting to show here. He's completely on fire, taking control with a third consecutive round. He's just completely unstoppable right now, putting together a 4-round tier. He's clearly playing with an edge after that 21-16 round. He's simply in a different gear right now, completely shutting down any attempt at a comeback. A tough spot for Ignis after that rough 3-24 run recently. Catalyst takes the lead 8-5. I mean, this is exactly how the higher seed is supposed to perform. He's putting his skill advantage on display after that 5-round run to close the half. Time for a fresh start. Ignis is refusing to go away, delivering a flawless reply to keep this fight alive. He's finding some resolve after a tough 10-13 defeat to Ares recently. He's outlasting the pressure, securing another round to keep the comeback alive. Everything has flipped on its head since the start. Incredible poise from Ignis, erasing a 4-round deficit to bring us completely level. The surge is real. He's completely taken over this half to move ahead 9-8. He's completely erased the early advantage. What a scramble. He barely comes out alive in that war to bring the score back to a dead heat. A huge test of nerve for a player sitting at rank 23. He's putting on a clinic right now, just completely outclassing his opponent to take the lead. A surprising turn of events for the higher seed right now. He is simply refusing to let the momentum slide back, moving within 2 rounds of victory. The momentum has completely shifted from the initial prediction. Catalyst has clawed his way back into this. He refuses to just let the match slip away. He's really leaning on that top 5 ladder experience right now. What a statement. He puts himself just 1 round away from an incredible victory. It's been a tough afternoon for the top seed. Unbelievable. He scrapes by with a tiny bit of health to close out the series in a wild finish. Unbelievable. Ignis finishes the job with a gutsy sequence to secure the match. A massive statement victory here. He finally breaks that long-standing losing streak against his rival to secure the win. What a series.
Vortex is coming in with a strong 27-10 record over the last 24 hours. He's definitely playing like the #1 seed right now. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can shake off that recent loss and get back to his historical dominance in this rivalry. Catalyst has all the momentum with a 2-1 lead. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Vortex pulls this back to a draw, taking Catalyst right off the wine box. The head-to-head lead is still huge for the #4 seed. Catalyst is really playing aggressive right now, catching Vortex completely off guard on that ramp. We're deadlocked at 3-all, a total stalemate. He looks completely confident after that last head-to-head victory. Catalyst edges back ahead, securing a slim one-round cushion. He's showing some resilience after that close defeat to the #1 seed just now. Vortex is reacting incredibly quickly, putting an end to that window attempt by Catalyst instantly. He seems to have found a recipe that works today. The speed is just incredible. Catalyst practically blinked and had Vortex out of that ramp position. Catalyst is just comfortably in control, taking that round from the high ground. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of that top spot on the ladder. Vortex makes a quick adjustment and shuts down that wine box play to keep the game tight. No one seed is definitely fighting back to keep this competitive. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it's exactly what we expected to see from these two. Vortex is staying out of reach, but the top seed is keeping everything completely even. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex is really starting to stack up the rounds here, punishing Catalyst from that ramp position. This matches up perfectly with their last encounter on Mapas. Vortex is really starting to separate himself here, just clearing Catalyst right off that ramp. He's really capitalizing on his top seeding in this series. Vortex secures another win from that ramp, putting him firmly in control. The all-time head-to-head lead for Catalyst feels like a distant memory. He's completely ruthless, punishing his opponent again from the ramp to take full control. Catalyst manages to pick him off the ramp and halts the momentum. That's a strong response after the loss to Ignis earlier today. Vortex is looking far too comfortable here, while Catalyst is really struggling to keep his head above water. Talus is trading rounds with him now, pulling Vortex right off that ramp to keep things interesting. He's really trying to push back against that #1 rating. Vortex puts a clean finish on that exchange, bringing him to the absolute verge of victory. It's been an uphill battle for the #4 seed today. Unbelievable speed, Vortex secures the final kill and claims the map. He just looked way more comfortable on this map, really leaning into that top seed advantage today. Vortex has a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 79% of their meetings. It's a long-standing trend that usually spells trouble for Ignis. Now the question is whether the underdog can actually flip the script today. Ignis is pulling ahead, holding a tight 2-1 lead. A tough start for the #1 rated player in the league. Absolute control now as he pushes his lead to 3-1. His current day has been a steamroller, boasting a 28-10 record. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another round to push the gap. This looks far different than that 22-19 clash they had earlier. He's on a complete tear now, making it 5 straight. A huge shift in power for the top seed. Simply untouchable. He's just putting on a clinic right now. The world's top-rated player is completely shell-shocked right now. He's simply not missing a shot, extending this streak to 7 straight. He's really making the top seed work for everything. Vortex manages to secure a clean round, cutting into that lead slightly. Ignis has struggled mightily in his recent match history, coming in with a 424 record over the last day. You know, that makes this current dominance an absolute shock. We are watching a complete reversal of form in real time. Ignis takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the #1 player in the world to be this far behind. It's a complete nightmare for Vortex right now. Vortex needs a total reset. Vortex finally close back one.
trailing 10-3. It's a small glimpse of that overall dominance he usually shows. Vortex secures another, narrowing the gap to 10-4. Ignis is just too sharp right now, putting an end to that brief run by taking Vortex off the box. Vortex has usually looked far more composed than this today. A fast exchange and Ignis is now just a single round away from victory. Hard to believe where we are given the expectations for this matchup. A precise shot gives him some breathing room, though he still has a steep hill to climb. He's not letting the game slip away just yet, claiming another round for himself. He is finally starting to push back against the pressure. And there it is. A completely clean finish to secure the series for Ignis. He just completely dismantled the world's best player on this map and is clearly not shaking off this newfound confidence. Catalyst holds a commanding 51-17 lead in their head-to-head history, but Ignis is the one who took the victory in their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can re-establish that historical dominance early on. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is certainly looking to shake off that rough start to the day. Catalyst is playing extremely aggressive, just taking control of the map from the wine. His high ranking on the ladder is really starting to show. He is simply not letting up, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Ignis puts up a strong response here, ending that attempt immediately to cut the lead. That's another effortless round for Ignis, showing some real grit to close the gap. The gap between these two is closing a lot faster than expected. He is on fire. That puts us level at 4-4 as the momentum shifts completely. Catalyst answers back quickly to regain the lead. It's a tough bounce back after those few losses he's endured earlier. Catalyst has put together a solid 2017 run over the last day, but he's clearly struggling to close the deal against Ignis, who has been an absolute nightmare for him in their recent encounters. It will be a real test of mental toughness if he can't put this away soon. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Well, the favorite is holding his own, but he's definitely not running away with this one yet. Both of these guys traded 3-round bursts to keep the score dead even. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead and takes a thin lead. The top 4 ranking is starting to make a difference here. A fierce exchange here, but Ignis manages to secure the kill and bring the series level. A clean shot to erase that lead. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, seizing the momentum. That higher rating is starting to stabilize his game. Catalyst keeps pushing, extending that gap to 9-7. He's simply not stopping, putting 3 straight rounds behind him as the lead widens. What a brawl! Ignis survives a messy exchange to keep his hopes alive. Ignis is refusing to just fold here. Total shutdown there. He's really starting to claw his way back into this series. The underdog is making this a real fight now. He's completely taken over the map, erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. Absolutely zero breathing room left in this contest. Catalyst finds his footing again, reclaiming the lead. He's definitely fought through a rough patch today. He's just one step away now, shutting everything down to reach a 12-10 lead. He's really asserting himself as the better player here. A sharp response here, keeping the dream alive as we head into a high-stakes finale. Unbelievable. Ignis has completely shifted the tides to force this battle into overtime. Hard stopping. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to survive that chaotic scramble. He just barely clung to that one with a sliver of health. The speed of these encounters is just incredible. They are deciding these duels in barely a second. A lightning fast reflex play as he refuses to let this overtime slip away. He's not backing down. That's too straight for Ignis to bring this deadlocked at 14 apiece. The tension is simply off the charts at this stage.
He barely scrapes through that absolute brawl to take a commanding lead in this overtime. He claws back into the tie with a strong finish, putting himself just one round away from the victory. This is becoming a real battle of nerves. Catalyst barely claws back a slender lead here. Catalyst is suddenly firmly in the driver's seat at 17-15. He's certainly putting that raw skill gap to use now. Catalyst pulls just one step ahead at 17-16. He is showing exactly why he was such a huge underdog today. Catalyst is building a dangerous 2-point cushion. The sheer depth of talent on display here is just wild. Catalyst is now just a few steps from glory at 19-16. He finally puts a stop to that slide and gets back into the win column after a brutal stretch. Ignis really pushed him to the limit in that overtime scramble. He had to work for that. Catalyst holds a significant head-to-head lead with over 600 career wins against his opponent. It's interesting to see that dominance translating into this particular match. We'll have to see if Vortex can shake off that early pressure. Catalyst is cruising right now, stepping up a 2-0 lead. The top seed on the ladder is definitely feeling the heat. Vortex claws one back, bringing this to 2-1. He's definitely playing with confidence after that 26-10 run today. Catalyst is really capitalizing on the positioning here, catching Vortex right on the ramp. Tough spot for Vortex, who just got out-dueled on his own turf. The current league leader is looking a bit rattled. Catalyst controls the map from the ramp to secure another victory, taking a commanding lead. The top seed is really struggling to find his footing here. A closer exchange this time, but he manages to secure the kill. He really is the top seed for a reason. Vortex is showing real grit here, picking up another quick win to close the gap. That's a much cleaner look for him as he builds his momentum. Catalyst has an incredibly strong presence here with a 76% win rate on this map, and honestly that comfort is starting to show as he neutralizes the push. He's making the most of this surface to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. The #1 ranked player is starting to push back. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. Well, he's definitely proving why the odds were in his favor here. He's simply outplaying the top seed so far, though it's still a very close fight. Time to swap side. Vortex is refusing to back down, securing a rapid win to keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to push back in this series. Catalyst extends his advantage to 8-6 after that exchange. Vortex is showing some real tenacity, keeping the pressure high as he narrows the gap. Unbelievable. Vortex is on fire, securing that duel from the ramp to even the score at 8-8. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself in this series. Catalyst regains the lead, pushing it to 9-8. His consistency is mirroring that deep historical head-to-head advantage. Catalyst pulls ahead again, now leading 10-8. The world #1 is really feeling the pressure now. A perfect snap to the head for Vortex, continuing this determined climb back into the game. The pressure is mounting for the league's top seed. Both players are fighting for every single round here. Neither one is letting the other get a real lead. Complete shutdown of the comeback attempt, leaving Catalyst just a single point from the finish. Just a brutal way to end that comeback push. Vortex looks completely unfazed by the pressure, shutting down that attempt to close the game. He's keeping his hopes alive with a quick response. And there it is. Catalyst finishes him off and secures the match victory. That was a gritty performance from the underdog to hold his ground. He really pushed the pace until the very end. What a fight!
Ignis gets the early advantage, catching Vortex right as he was stepping up that ramp. Vortex has completely owned this matchup historically with a 78% win rate. It's a massive disparity in their head-to-head history that should be weighing on Ignis. I wonder if that mental pressure will make a difference as this set progresses. Incredible. Ignis somehow claws out a victory there, surviving by the absolute skin of his teeth. Ignis is really dominating, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. It's a worrying start for the top seed on the ladder. Vortex fights back to bring it to 3-2. The top-ranked player is finally starting to assert himself. Vortex is definitely shaking off the cobwebs now. He's looked sharp and completely in control of these last few exchanges. A messy encounter that ultimately goes his way, giving him total control of the pace. The top seed is proving why he holds the #1 spot. The tide has completely turned. He's now sitting on 4 straight rounds. His 26-11 record over the last day is looking strong. Absolute perfection from the top seed, picking him right off the ramp to push the lead to 6-3. The #1 seed is simply too consistent here. The momentum shift is absolute. He's now outpaced his opponent with 6 straight wins. He just can't find a way through, with his opponent securing another victory from the ramp. His recent struggle against Catalyst wasn't showing at all today. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Well, he's living up to the hype of being the top seed today. That 8-round surge really took the wind out of Ignis' sails. Time to see if Ignis can react. Ignis has been struggling significantly today with a 5.25 record over the last day, and honestly, he looks completely overwhelmed as he tries to find a way back into this set. It will take a huge shift in confidence for him to avoid a total blowout here. Clinical display as he strikes from the Tetris to put himself just 1 round away from victory. That's an incredibly clean sequence of rounds from the favorite. And that's it. He finishes the map in total style with a perfect final sequence. He really didn't let up for a second after that first few rounds. A quick decisive outing from the world #1. Catalyst enters this one with a massive advantage in their history, leading 52-17 in the overall head-to-head. And that confidence is likely fueling the high standard we're seeing from the top seed so far. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Catalyst is really flexing now, holding a 2-1 lead. He's putting up a fight despite that rating gap. Ignis managed to snag one, but Catalyst responded instantly to maintain control of the base. Ignis is refusing to go away, dealing with that threat on the ramp to tie things up closer. He's definitely fighting through that tough 5:26 run today. Catalyst keeps pushing the lead to 4-2 now. He is certainly playing to the standard of a top 5 seed. Ignis narrows it to a single round difference. The gap on the ladder hasn't stopped him from staying competitive. Ignis is really starting to shift the momentum here, putting the pressure back on Catalyst. A quick reaction from the ramp to put another round in the bank. He's looking much more comfortable than during that recent Italy bout. Tough spot for Ignis, getting outdue right there on the ramp. Just another example of the gap we see between rank 4 and 21. A total shutdown here as he takes complete control of the series heading into the break. Catalyst goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. This is exactly what we anticipated from the 4th ranked player. That 4-round run really opened up the gap and put him in a strong position to close this out. Let's see if the switch helps. Catalyst has been a dominant force today, putting up a 21-15 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's certainly finding his form here. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can capitalize on this current shift and turn things around. What a scramble. He manages to hold on by a thread to secure another point. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Catalyst takes this one from the ramp, quickly recovering his footing to keep the pressure high. The favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat here. Ignis makes it a quick one, picking Catalyst right off that toolbox. It's definitely a closer contest than the ladder positions would suggest. Ignis holds his ground on the ramp for another win, showing some real grit here. His confidence is skyrocketing as soon as he finds his footing. Catalyst shuts that door quickly, denying Ignis any further ground on the ramp. That's a tough break for the 21st seed. Unbelievable. He scrapes through with a sliver of health left, refusing to let this match slip away. Absolutely clutch to survive with just a tiny sliver of health. Steady hand from the leader here, putting him just one step away from victory. The higher seed looks completely unfazed by the pressure here. Unbelievable! He barely survives that chaos to secure the final point and the map victory. He really proved why he's ranked so high, keeping his cool even when things got messy. I think he's just got a read on Ignis' style. What a fight. Catalyst owns the psychological edge with a 62% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's leaning into that confidence despite Vortex entering this as the overall higher rated player. I wonder if Vortex can shake that mental weight early on. Vortex holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. The top seed is certainly looking sharp right now. Vortex just secures another win from the box, taking total control of the early game. Vortex is absolutely tearing through this opening set, moving to a 4-round streak. The number 1 seed is making a huge statement early. Catalyst digs in deep, putting up a fight to keep this match within reach. The underdog definitely isn't going to roll over without a fight. He's showing a lot of grit, taking a second straight round to narrow this gap. Vortex is currently playing at a very high level with a 26-11 record today. That momentum is translating directly into this map, where he's historically more comfortable than his opponent. It'll be interesting to see if this specific map edge keeps Catalyst from mounting a comeback. Vortex still commands a 2-round lead at this point. The current world number 1 is putting on a clinic here. Vortex is putting a lot of pressure on the board right now, moving one step closer to a double-digit lead. It's 8-4 in favor of Vortex at the break. While the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat right now, he's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome of the series. Time to see if Catalyst adjusts. Vortex is cruising along with a 9-4 lead. The current best player on the ladder is showing his class. What a scramble. He just barely comes out alive in that chaotic trade. Absolute heartstopper to see him limp away with that little hell. Unreal. He hangs on by a thread to claw back another point for himself. The number 4 seed is definitely showing some fight here. Vortex just blew right through him, completely denying any advantage Catalyst had from that elevated spot. The momentum swings right back to the front runner, and is now just one step away from victory. A huge confidence boost for the favorite after that exchange. A quick response from Catalyst, keeping himself alive for another round. He's fighting hard to prove the pre-match odds wrong. And there it is, Vortex shuts it down to secure the victory. He definitely had the answer for everything Catalyst threw at him today. Just a smooth performance from the top seed. Vortex is simply the better player here, entering this match as our top-rated competitor. He has historically won 78% of their head-to-head clashes. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep up this early pressure. Ignis has flipped the script to lead 2-1. He's had a dominant day so far, putting up that 27-10 record. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, refusing to let the favorite get any ground. Ignis is absolutely cruising with a 4-1 lead. The top seed is really feeling the heat right now. Vortex is starting to push back now, walking away from that exchange, completely unscathed. He's fighting to prove those pre-match odds were right. Another clean win from the ramp, and he's continuing to claw his way back into this set. It is a tight battle for someone outside the top 25. Absolute composure, he surged back to tie things up at 4 apiece. Everything is wide open now as the momentum shifts. Ignis manages to secure the advantage, reclaiming the lead by a single round. His recent form was struggling, making this a surprising turnaround. The top seed is refusing to back down, clawing his way back to a dead heat. Both of them look completely locked in right now. He's on a roll now, securing his second straight victory to take a 1-round lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to wrap up the round. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we expected, given the gap in skill. Ignis is keeping it respectable, but the top seed has a firm grip on this match. Let's see if Ignis finds a gear. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely scrapes through with a win. He managed to claw his way back to a 1-round deficit. Vortex wins another fast duel, continuing to chip away at that early deficit. The underdog is starting to look far too fragile. Vortex holds a slim 8-7 edge over Ignis. He's shaking off that brutal loss from their previous encounter. Ignis levels the field at 8-all. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting together a 3-round tier to take the lead. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting, where he cruised to a 13-3 win. Vortex keeps his composure in the duel to level the map completely. A completely reset battle as we head into the final stretch. Vortex is showing some incredible resolve, stepping up to secure a narrow 1-round lead. Ignis strikes back to force a 10-10 deadlock. A complete shift from that 13-3 loss they had recently. Ignis has really seized control of the pace here, quickly turning the tide of this whole match. He's completely ignoring that early struggles throughout his day. A lightning-fast reaction there to bring us back to a deadlock. An incredible shot to put everything back on the line. He's nearly there. Vortex takes control of this duel to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He's playing this out with absolute confidence. Unbelievable. Vortex closes out the map in style, proving far too strong for his opponent. He really put everything on the line, but the top seed's raw speed was just a tick faster when it counted. He had to work for that. Catalyst owns a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 53 total wins over Ignis. It's clear that psychological edge is weighing on the opponent right now. We'll see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's really fighting for his life after a rough 5:28 day. Ignis has all the momentum right now, completely flipping the script in this set. The ladder positioning is completely irrelevant right now. He is simply outplaying his opponent right now, taking total control of the match. He's really putting that rating gap to the test right now. Absolute chaos in this encounter. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange to tie things up. Tough timing for the lower rated player to lose that grip. Ignis keeps charging ahead, clinging to a narrow 4-3 advantage. Catalyst has clearly been the better player over the long term with that 76% head-to-head win rate. But the current scoreline shows Ignis is refusing to play into that history. He's out of the cellar and finally playing his own game. A flawless exchange here as he keeps his composure to pull closer in the tally. The top seed is finally starting to push back. He is simply refusing to back down and maintains this pressure right into the break. 2 quick finishes in a row for him. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead. As we head into the break, we are seeing a complete reversal of the expected outcome here. The underdog is putting up a huge fight against a top-tier opponent. Let's see who adapts first. He continues to show grit, securing a fast kill to narrow the gap. That was a lightning fast read to snap the momentum. Ignis has extended his lead to 8-6 right now. Ignis is really shaking off the rust from those early losses today. What a scramble. He almost went down with that exchange, but he survives a wild trade to claw back closer. He's simply untouchable right now, erasing that deficit to bring us completely level. He holds the height on the wind for a quick win, continuing this surge. The higher rank side is really beginning to assert their dominance. Ignis answers back immediately, bringing this match back to a deadlock. The Aitseer is given where they sit on the ladder. A clean win there for Catalyst, who is steadily climbing back into this game. Looking like the stronger side again as the finish line approaches. The momentum is swinging heavily now, putting him just 2 steps away from a victory. The gap in their seeding is starting to show. Unbelievable. He barely makes it out of that brawl alive, but he's now just 1 round away from the win. That was a nail-biter of an exchange to close out. Incredible. He shuts the door on this series and secures a massive victory. He just wouldn't let the pressure build back up, proving exactly why he's set so high in the standings. Vortex looks sharp out of the gate, using that ramp for a great first opening. Catalyst enters this one with a massive lifetime advantage, leading their head-to-head battles 666 to 402. But we have to remember that Vortex just took their most recent encounter in a fairly decisive manner. It will be interesting to see who owns the mental edge as this one develops. Catalyst is really chewing through these early rounds, coming right back to tie it up. A tough spot for the #1 seed to be in. Catalyst is really capitalizing on that verticality, taking control from the boost to extend this lead. Deadlocked at 3-0, things are getting intense. Vortex has been on an absolute tear throughout the day. Unbelievable. Vortex survives a total war on the ramp by the skin of his teeth. The world #1 is really putting on a clinic today. We've hit a complete stalemate at 4 apiece. That's an impressive 27-9 run over the last day for the #1 seed. Catalyst claws back to a slim 5-4 lead. That's a tough spot for the ladder leader to be in right now. A complete shutdown there with Catalyst continuing to roll over the competition. Just a flash of movement and another one falls. He is absolutely overpowering his opponent right now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan so far. The favorite's playing his game and is really utilizing his map experience to hold this edge. Time to swap sides. Vortex keeps the pressure high, picking him off the Tetris to keep the deficit minimal. He's really fighting to prove he belongs in that favorite spot. He's completely erased that deficit, leveling the game up at 7 apiece. Vortex is looking far more comfortable than he did in their previous series. He's completely taken over this stretch, moving into the lead with an effortless triple. The top seed is definitely asserting his authority now. Vortex just secures a huge 4th straight, totally dismantling his opponent from the Tetris. He is just completely in control right now. He's completely unstoppable, out-dueling his opponent on the ramp to push this streak to 5. A total eclipse from the boost, securing another effortless win to extend the run to 6. The high seed is practically cruising toward the finish line. Finally, Catalyst digs in to put a halt to that run. A much needed result for the 4th highest rated player here. He secures another fast victory from the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. The gap is closing quickly as Catalyst finds his footing. A huge shift in energy as the momentum completely swings toward the underdog. The top seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Vortex answers right back with a strong trade, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He is firmly in the driver's seat now. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door with a blistering shot to secure the series victory. That was a hell of a fight from Catalyst, but he just couldn't close the deal. He really pushed the top seed to the limit. What a match! Vortex enters today in terrifying form with a 27-9 record. It's clear that momentum is on his side, which is exactly why he's sitting at the top of our ladder. We have to see if Ignis can actually put up a fight here. Ignis is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The ladder's top dog is definitely feeling some early pressure. Vortex looks way too comfortable up on that box, effectively neutralizing everything. Ignis tried. The head-to-head numbers strongly suggest this is where the tide turns. Ignis is making a real statement early on, catching Vortex completely off guard while he was holding the ramp. We're completely deadlocked now with both players sitting at 3. A chaotic scramble right there on the ramp, but Ignis manages to come out on top. The #1 seed is definitely feeling the heat. A total stalemate as we hit 4-all. The overall head-to-head history is heavily skewed towards the favorite. Vortex keeps the pressure on, quickly picking him off from the ramp to extend his lead. The world #1 is quickly asserting his dominance. Pure madness now. Ignis has brought it back to 5 apiece. Ignis is really defying the odds in this set. Ignis just clawed his way back to a 6-5 lead. Vortex had the upper hand in their last trip to blame Orange. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Ignis is punching way above his weight right now. It's a huge surprise to see the rank 1 player fighting this hard just to stay even. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is really taking control here, punishing Ignis from that ramp position to get another lead. He's definitely riding a wave of confidence right now. What a scrap. Ignis manages to edge out the win in a total slugfest to even things up. Ignis is just completely outplaying him right now, taking over the pace of this game. Absolute perfection from Ignis, who keeps this run going to push the lead to 9-7. Vortex answers back quickly to keep things tight. The gap between them on our rating is quite significant. The momentum has shifted completely as Vortex takes control of the map. His overall win rate on this map is nearly identical to his opponent's. Vortex is completely in command now, securing his 3rd straight win with an effortless burst. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking the round without losing a single point of health. Vortex is simply refusing to let up, putting himself on the brink of victory with another commanding win. What a response. Ignis puts a stop to the slide and knocks him off the ramp. He's finally clawing back into this fight. And there it is. Vortex shuts the door on the match with a final decisive kill. Ignis fought back so hard today, but that one lightning fast reaction at the end just sealed it. What a fight! Catalyst enters this one with an impressive 76% win rate on this specific map. That familiarity should give him a huge advantage over someone like Ignis, who's currently struggling in a deep slump today. It'll be tough for Ignis to find any traction here. Catalyst is really surging ahead, leading 2-1. He's looking for a spark after a rough 5:30 stretch today. Ignis has completely flipped the script here, quickly evening things up with a nice read on Catalyst. He's fighting from a serious rating deficit in this series. Catalyst maintains his narrow lead, sitting at 3-2. The gap between them on the ladder is clearly playing a role. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on, taking that round comfortably from the ramp. The head-to-head record heavily favors the current leader. A fierce exchange, but he comes out on top to keep the streak alive. Ignis is really feeling the weight of that rating gap right now. Absolutely untouchable right now, and he just puts a massive gap between himself and the competition. He is simply too fast, picking up another quick victory to extend the streak to 5. He's simply playing out of his mind right now, racking up 6 straight rounds. The gap between the rankings is really showing here. A sudden response from Ignis to halt that momentum right before the switch. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission. I mean, everything is playing out just as we thought it would. That 6-round streak showed us exactly why he's the higher seed in this pair. Ignis needs to find some momentum. We'll take a quick breather here, but stay tuned as we return to the action shortly. And we are back in the action with Catalyst leading Ignis 8-4.
Catalyst has walked away with the better side of their historical rivalry in 76% of their encounters. This is clearly a matching of styles where the favorite simply knows how to close out the distance and is proving that once again as he closes in on a result. Catalyst is dominating, pushing his lead to a commanding 10-5. His 4th place ranking is really making a difference today. Catalyst just didn't let him breathe on that ramp, cleaning up another round in a flash. That was practically instantaneous. Ignis is really cranking up the speed to stay in the game. Another effortless shutdown, and now he's just 1 point away from victory. The favorite is simply refusing to let any lead slip away. Unbelievable! Ignis barely survives a brutal firefight from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly narrow... What a finish! He closes it out with a perfectly timed burst to seal the victory. Just another day at the office for the number 4 seed, who clearly had the answer for everything Ignis tried.